Good evening. The files are open, and the lamp is already burning. Settle in. Let the weight of whatever you have been carrying today find a place to set itself down. Because this room is built for setting things down, and nothing you leave here will be disturbed. I am Alex, and this is the Dusk Files. And tonight, I'm reaching for the lowest shelf in the archive, the one near the floor, the one where you have to kneel and blow the dust from the spines before you can read the labels. These are the oldest files in my collection. They did not arrive in the mail. They were found. In walls during renovations, in boxes at the bottom of the state sales, in the margins of other documents, tucked between the pages of books that no one had opened in half a century. They are letters and diary entries and confessions and field notes from people who have been dead for a long time, some of them more than a century, and whose voices reach you tonight only because someone, at every link in a long chain, chose to keep them rather than throw them away. A cartographer in the Montana mountains in 1881, a lamplighter in Edinburgh in 1843, a farm woman in Appalachia in 1927, a sound technician in Vienna in 1903. Their worlds are gone. The particular darkness they lived in, the specific quality of night before electricity, or before electricity had reached where they were, is a darkness we cannot fully imagine. But their voices are here, in this room, in this lamplight, and they have things to tell you that have not lost their truth in the passage of the years. There are a few brief advertisements at the start of tonight's recording. After that, nothing will interrupt you until morning. If you have found in this archive a place that helps you rest, I would be grateful for a subscription and the like. And tell me in the comments where in the world you are lying down tonight. The oldest files in the archive deserve to know who is listening. I'm opening the first file. Let's begin. I said at the beginning that these are the oldest files in the archive, and I want to return to what that means, because the age of the files is not simply a chronological fact, but a quality. A particular quality that the oldest things in any collection have. The quality of having waited. The oldest files have waited the longest. Edmund's confession waited 92 years in a box. Arthur's diary waited 144 years in a wall. Margaret's account waited 60 years in an ethnographer's filing cabinet. Clara's cylinder has waited 120 years in a museum. They waited without knowing whether they would be found, without knowing whether the finding would lead to reading, without knowing whether the reading would lead to keeping. They waited in the particular solitude of unread documents, the solitude that is different from the solitude of the people who wrote them, because it is the solitude of a voice that has spoken and is waiting to be heard. I think about this often, in the archive, on nights when the lamp is low and the shelves are quiet, and the files are resting in their folders on the lowest shelf, the shelf you have to kneel to reach. I think about the waiting. I think about what it means for a voice to speak into a piece of paper, and for the paper to hold the voice for a century, and for the voice, when it is finally heard, to sound as clear and as present as it sounded when it was first spoken. Because paper does not degrade the way wax degrades. Paper holds the voice at its original quality, the words as sharp on the page after 100 years as they were the day the pen set them down. The oldest files are the most patient files. They have waited the longest, and they have lost nothing in the waiting. Edmund's confusion in the valley is as fresh as it was in 1881. Arthur's wonder at the winter lamps is as vivid as it was in 1843. Margaret's calm in the face of the unexplainable is as steady as it was in 1927. Clara's recognition of her mother's voice is as sharp as it was in 1903. Time has not softened these accounts. Time has only deepened them, the way time deepens a well. The water going down further into the ground with every year that passes. the source more distant, but the water no less clear. Tonight I am drawing from the deepest well in the archive. The voices that come up are old. They speak in the rhythms of other centuries, with the vocabularies of other decades, from the particular darknesses of other eras. But they are speaking about the same thing that all the voices in the archive speak about, which is the encounter with something at the edge of the known, something that does not ask to be explained, but only to be witnessed. And the witnessing is what the archive is for. And the witnessing is what tonight is for. And the witnessing is what you, lying in whatever darkness you are lying in, are participating in by listening. The first file is not a letter. It is a confession, and the man who wrote it used that word deliberately, sealing it in an envelope on which he wrote, in a hand that slopes to the right with the particular confidence of a man trained in technical drawing. For whoever finds this and believes that space has a character of its own. His name was Edmund Wilder. He was 31 years old in the summer of 1881, employed as assistant cartographer with the Hayden Geological Survey of the Territories, and he was camped, when he wrote this document, in a canvas tent on a ridge in what would become the state of Montana, alone, which was how cartographers of that era usually worked, detached from the main expedition for days at a time, with their instruments and their sketchbooks and their particular form of solitude, which was the solitude of a man whose job is to turn the unknown into the known by drawing lines around it. The document was found in 1973 in a box of survey maps at a university in Colorado that was clearing its storage. A graduate student opened the box expecting maps and found, beneath the maps, a sealed envelope addressed to no one and everyone. She opened it because the wax was already cracked, and because she was 23, and because 23-year-olds opened sealed envelopes. And she read what was inside, and she kept it for 40 years in a drawer, before her own granddaughter found it and sent it to me. I want to say one more thing about maps, because maps are Edmund's language, and the language deserves a final statement. A map is a promise. This is what Edmund understood, and what his training at Yale had formalized into a professional ethic. When a cartographer draws a line on a page and labels it with a distance, the line is a promise to anyone who reads the map that the distance is accurate. That if you walk from this point to that point, the ground under your feet will be the length the line says it is. The promise is the foundation of all navigation, all planning, all human movement through landscapes that the traveler has not previously visited. You trust the map. You trust the cartographer. You trust the promise. Edmund could not make that promise for the valley south of Ridge 14. The valley broke the promise-making mechanism. The distances were not distances in the sense that the map requires distances to be single-valued, consistent, the same for every measurer. The distances in the valley were multiple-valued, inconsistent, different depending on who measured and how and from where. A map of such distances would be a map that lied, because a map can hold only one distance between 2 points, and the valley offered several. And choosing one over the others would be choosing a lie over the truth. And Edmund's professional ethic would not permit that choice. So he left the space blank. And the blankness is, paradoxically, the most truthful thing on the map. The blankness says, something is here that I cannot describe in the language of this document. The blankness does not lie. The blankness does not promise a distance that is not the distance. The blankness simply says, I do not know. And the not knowing is more honest than any knowing I could offer. And the honesty is what the map owes you. I think about this when I think about the archive, about what the archive holds and what it does not hold, about the accounts I have read tonight and the accounts that have never been written, the encounters that happened and were not recorded, the truths that were too strange for paper, the valleys that were walked through and never mapped. The archive is full of accounts, but it is also full of blanknesses, spaces where an account should be and is not, where someone encountered something at the edge of the known and chose not to write it down, or wrote it down and lost it, or sealed it in an envelope and put it in a box, and the box was never opened. The blanknesses are as real as the accounts. The silence is as real as the speaking. And the archive holds both, the spoken and the unspoken, the mapped and the unmapped, the known and the white space where the known ends and the unknown begins. 3 links in a chain. Edmund to the box to the student to me. 140 years of someone choosing to keep rather than discard. That is how the oldest files survive, not by institutions, by hands. I will read you Edmund's confession now. I am writing this by lantern in a survey tent on what the expedition has designated Ridge 14 in the Western Ranges on the 9th of August, 1881. I have been detached from the main party for 6 days on a mapping assignment that should have taken 3. I'm writing to explain why it has taken 6, and why the map I will submit with my other work will contain, in the area south-southwest of Ridge 14, a blank space approximately 4 miles across, unmarked, unsurveyed, and left deliberately empty. I should say first what I am and what that means for the reliability of what follows. I am a cartographer. I was trained at the Sheffield Scientific School at Yale, and I have been with the survey for 2 seasons, and before that, I worked for 18 months on the triangulation of the Connecticut coast under Professor Davidson, and I have published 2 papers on instrumental correction in the Proceedings of the American Geographical Society. I can use a transit theodolite, a prismatic compass, a chain, a barometric altimeter, and a plane table with equal competence, and I have been tested in the field under conditions that included extremes of weather, terrain, and fatigue, and my measurements have been verified by senior surveyors and found accurate. I say all of this not from vanity, but because what I am about to describe is a failure of measurement, and I need you to understand that the failure is not in the measurer. The assignment was straightforward. I was to map a section of the drainage south of Ridge 14, a valley system that the expedition's geologist, Dr. Coates, had identified from the ridge as a probable glacial feature, U-shaped, approximately 4 miles in length, draining east into a tributary of the river we had been following. I was given 3 days, which was generous for a valley of that size, and I set out on the morning of the 4th of August with my instruments, a pack mule, and provisions sufficient for 5 days, the 2 extra being the standard margin for weather delays. The approach took most of the first day. The ridge drops steeply on its south face, and the terrain below is heavily forested with old growth that has never been cut. The trees very large and closely set. The light on the forest floor a dim green even at midday. The air cool and still, in a way that I have encountered in other old forests, and that I associate with a particular quality of undisturbedness. The sense that the ground you are walking on has not been walked on before, or not recently, or not by anything that walks the way you walk. I reached the valley floor late in the afternoon and made camp at the eastern end, near where the drainage entered the tributary. The valley was as Dr. Coates had described it from above, U-shaped, steep-walled, the floor relatively flat and open compared to the forested slopes, with a clear stream running the length of it and meadow grasses on either side that were tall and unbroken. No game trails visible, no signs of any prior human passage. The stream was cold and very clear, the water with a particular mineral quality that I noted in my field journal, slightly bluish when pooled, as though the rock it flowed over gave it something of itself. I began the survey work on the morning of the 5th. Plane table set, compass oriented, transit mounted. The standard procedure for a valley survey of this type is to establish a baseline, measure its length by chain, Then take angular readings from each end to the major features of the valley walls, the ridgelines, the prominent rock formations, the drainage mouths, and from these readings to construct, by triangulation, an accurate plan of the valley's shape and dimensions. It is methodical work. It is the kind of work I am good at, the kind that rewards precision and patience and does not punish the absence of imagination. Because the surveyor's job is not to imagine what the landscape is, but to measure what it actually is, and to record the measurements faithfully. My baseline was 1,412 feet, measured by chain, checked twice. The theodolite readings from the east end were consistent and clean, the angles sharp, the sightlines unobstructed. I recorded them in my field book with the usual care and moved my station to the west end of the baseline to take the reciprocal readings. The reciprocal readings did not agree. I want to be precise about the nature of the disagreement because it is the center of this account. In triangulation, the angles measured from opposite ends of a known baseline should produce, when calculated, a consistent set of distances to the points observed. The mathematics is elementary. If I measure the angle from point A to a peak, and then measure the angle from point B to the same peak, and I know the distance from A to B, I can calculate the distance from A to the peak, and from B to the peak. And these calculated distances should be consistent with each other, and with the landscape as observed. This is the foundation of all survey work. It is not a matter of opinion or interpretation, it is geometry. The geometry did not close. The angles from the west end of the baseline, taken to the same features I'd observed from the east end, produced distances that were larger. Not by the small amounts that instrumental error or atmospheric refraction might account for, amounts I've been trained to recognize and correct for, larger by a significant and consistent margin. The valley, as measured from the west end, was wider than the valley as measured from the east end. The ridgelines were further apart. The features on the valley walls were further from the observer. The valley, measured from the inside looking west, was larger than the valley measured from the inside looking east. I checked my instruments. I recalibrated the theodolite. I rechained the baseline. I took the readings again, from both ends, with fresh eyes and clean notebooks, on the morning of the 6th, having slept on it, having considered the possibility of my own error with the seriousness it deserved. The readings disagreed in the same way. Same direction, same magnitude. The valley was larger from the west end than from the east end. I want to say something about the instruments Edmund carried, because the instruments are the tools through which he understood the world, and their failure in the valley is not merely a technical failure, but a failure of his entire relationship to landscape, the relationship of measurement. And the failure of that relationship opened a different one, the relationship of witness, which is what the confession ultimately describes. A transit theodolite is an instrument for measuring angles. It is a telescope mounted on a graduated circle, and when you look through it at a distant point and read the circle, you know the angle between the point and the north. And from two such angles, taken from two known positions, you can calculate the distance to the point by trigonometry, which is the mathematics of triangles, and which Edmund had studied at Yale and practiced on the Connecticut coast and trusted the way a carpenter trusts a level. Because the mathematics does not lie, because the angles are the angles, and the calculation is the calculation, and the distance that results is the distance that is. Except in the valley. In the valley, the angles lied. Or rather, the angles told two different truths from two different positions, and the two truths did not agree, and the disagreement was not small enough to be attributed to the usual sources of error: atmospheric refraction, instrument play, the surveyor's fatigue, the imprecision of the human eye. The disagreement was large and consistent, and pointed always in the same direction. The valley was larger from inside than from outside, larger from the west than from the east, larger when you walked it than when you chained it. Edmund also carried a prismatic compass, which measures bearings, and a barometric altimeter, which estimates elevation by measuring atmospheric pressure, and a chain, which measures distance in the most direct way possible, by laying a physical length of known dimension on the ground and counting how many lengths fit between 2 points. The chain is the simplest and most reliable of all surveying instruments, because it does not depend on optics or electronics or atmospheric conditions. It depends on the physical fact of its own length, which is a fixed quantity, and the physical fact of the ground it is laid on, which should also be a fixed quantity. The chain said the valley was 1,412 feet long.
Edmund's feet said the valley was more than 3,600 feet long. The difference is not a matter of the chain stretching or the feet miscounting. The difference is a matter of the ground itself, the physical distance between the east end and the west end being different depending on how you measured it. The chain and the feet arriving at different numbers for the same ground, and neither of them wrong, both of them counting honestly, both of them arriving at the truth of their own method, and the two truths not being the same truth. Edmund stood at the western end of the valley, having walked more than twice the distance the chain had measured, and he looked back east and saw his camp, small with distance. And the distance was wrong. The distance was more than it should have been, and the wrongness was not in the instruments, or in the feet, or in the mathematics.
The wrongness was in the assumption that distance is a single quantity, that the space between 2 points has one value, that the answer to the question, how far, is constant regardless of how you ask it. The valley answered the question differently depending on how it was asked. The chain asked and got one answer. The feet asked and got another. The theodolite asked from the east and got one answer, and asked from the west and got a different one. And Edmund, trained to believe that the answer should be the same regardless of the asking, stood in a valley where the answer varied, and the varying was consistent, and the consistency was the most disturbing thing of all. Because randomness can be explained by error, but consistency requires a cause, and the cause was the valley itself, the space itself, behaving in a way that space is not supposed to behave. He left it blank.
He left a white space on the map where the valley should have been, and the white space is the most honest thing a cartographer can do when the landscape declines to be measured, when the instruments return contradictory data, and the mathematics does not close, and the ground itself seems to be making a statement about the limits of human measurement. A statement that says, you may visit, you may walk through, you may drink the water and sleep in the grass, and note the blueness of the stream, but you may not reduce me to numbers. I am not a number. I am a place. And a place is more than its measurements. And the more is what you will have to learn to live with, because the more is what I am. On the afternoon of the 6th, I did something that was not in my instructions, and that I cannot fully justify except by the logic of the situation, which had moved past the ordinary logic of survey work into something I did not have a procedure for. I walked from the east end to the west end, counting paces, which is the crudest form of distance measurement available, and which no trained surveyor would ordinarily employ for serious work, but which has the advantage of involving the body rather than the instruments, and which I wanted because the instruments had disagreed, and I needed something that was not an instrument to check them against. The valley floor is flat, and the walking is easy. A pace of mine on level ground is reliably 31 inches, verified many times on measured courses. The chain had given me a baseline of 1,412 feet, east to west. My paces, counted carefully, gave me 1,412 paces, which at 31 inches per pace is approximately 3,649 feet. The valley floor, walked, was more than twice the length the chain had measured. I stood at the western end of the valley in the late afternoon light, which at that hour came in over the western ridge at a long angle and lay across the meadow grass in a way that made the grass look like it was moving, even when it was not. The shadows of the individual blades shifting as the light shifted, giving the floor of the valley a quality of slow breathing. And I looked back east, down the length of the valley I had just walked, and I could see my camp at the far end, the tent and the mule reduced to small shapes by the distance. And the distance was wrong. The distance was more than the chain had measured. The space was bigger than it should be. I want to tell you more about the valley itself, as Edmund describes it, because the valley is not merely the setting of his account, but its subject. And the quality of his description tells you something about the quality of his attention, which is the attention of a man trained to see landscapes as systems of measurement, and who encountered one that defeated his system. The meadow grass on the valley floor was tall and unbroken. Edmund mentions this in passing, but the detail matters. Unbroken grass in a mountain valley in Montana in 1881 means grass that has not been grazed, not been walked through, not been flattened by the passage of anything large enough to leave a trail. Elk would have grazed it, deer would have browsed it, bears would have crossed it. The absence of any track in that grass means the absence of the animals that should have been there. And the absence of the animals means the valley was, in some way that Edmund does not directly state, set apart from the ecology around it. The surrounding mountains were full of life. The valley was not empty. It was too full of grass and water and light to be empty. But it was unvisited. The way a room in a house can be unvisited. Not locked, not forbidden, simply a room that the daily traffic of the household does not pass through. The stream. Edmund describes it as cold and very clear, the water slightly bluish when pulled, and this description, from a man who had spent 2 seasons in the mountains and had seen many mountain streams, suggests something unusual about the water, because mountain streams are generally clear but not blue. The blueness being a quality associated with glacial melt, or with certain mineral compositions that are not common in the rock types Edmund would have been working with in that section of Montana. The blueness of the water is a detail that a less careful observer might not have noted, but Edmund was trained to note, and the noting was precise. And the precision suggests that the water, like the grass, like the silence, like the dimensions that would not close, was a feature of a place that was operating under rules his training did not cover. I want to say something about the particular solitude of a cartographer in the field in 1881, because the solitude is not incidental to the account, but is its condition, the medium in which the encounter with the valley took place. A cartographer, detached from his expedition for a mapping assignment, is alone in a way that most people in 1881 were not alone. The frontier was not empty. It was full of people, settlers and miners and soldiers, and the native people whose land all of this was taking place on. And the main body of a geological survey moved through this populated landscape with the particular social density of an expedition. 30 or 40 men in camp, meals together, conversations around the fire, the ordinary social fabric of a group of professionals working together in the field. The cartographer, detached, left all of this behind. He walked away from the camp with his mule and his instruments and his provisions, and he entered the landscape alone, and the landscape received him alone. And for 3 or 4 or 6 days, the only voice he heard was his own. And the only intelligence he encountered, until the valley, was the intelligence of the land itself, the way the terrain shaped itself around drainage and geology, and the particular history of ice and water and wind that had made it what it was. Edmund had been trained for this solitude at Yale, where the curriculum for surveyors included not only the mathematics and the instruments, but what one professor called the disposition of the solo observer, which is the ability to maintain the quality of your attention in the absence of other people's attention. To continue to observe carefully and record accurately when there is no one to check your work, no one to confirm your observations, no one to provide the social scaffolding that most people require in order to maintain their standards. The solo observer must be his own standard. He must carry his precision with him the way he carries his theodolite, as a personal quality rather than an institutional requirement. Edmund carried his precision into the valley. He set up his instruments. He measured. And the measurements disagreed with each other. And he measured again, and they disagreed again. And he was alone with the disagreement, entirely alone, with no colleague to consult, and no supervisor to report to, and no social mechanism for processing what he was experiencing. The particular disorientation of a man whose instruments, the extensions of his own trained intelligence, are telling him something that his training says is impossible. I think the solitude matters. I think if Edmund had been with a colleague, if there had been another surveyor in the valley, the encounter might have been different. The presence of a second observer might have normalized the observations, might have produced a rational explanation that two minds could agree on, might have closed the geometry by some mechanism of shared human certainty that a single mind cannot produce. Or it might not have. The valley might have been just as anomalous with two surveyors as with one. But the solitude meant that Edmund had to sit with the anomaly alone, had to process it alone, had to decide alone what to do with it. And the decision he made, the white space, the blank on the map, was a decision made in solitude, by a man who had no one to consult, and no one to blame, and no one to share the burden of knowing what he knew. The confession was written in solitude too, in a tent, by lantern, on a ridge, the 9th of August, 1881. A man alone, with a piece of paper and a pen, and a truth he could not publish, and could not deny, and could not explain. He sealed it in an envelope and wrote on the outside, "For whoever finds this and believes that space has a character of its own." And the envelope sat in a box of maps for 92 years, alone, in the particular solitude of an unread document, a truth held in paper, waiting for someone to find it and believe it. 3 links in a chain: Edmund to the box to the student to me. And now, tonight, me to you. The chain is not broken. The solitude is not complete. The confession is read, and the reading is a kind of company. And the company is what Edmund needed, and could not have, and can have now, 140 years later, in the quiet of the archive, in the hearing of whoever is listening. He spent 3 extra days in that valley. His assignment was 3 days, and he spent 6. 3 days of measurement, and 3 days of trying to reconcile measurements that would not reconcile, standing at opposite ends of a baseline that his chain said was one length, and his feet said was another. Taking angles that should have agreed, and did not. 3 days of the careful, systematic, increasingly frustrated work of a man applying the right tools to the wrong problem, or the right tools to a problem that was not a problem at all, but simply a fact about the world that his tools had not been built to accommodate. The evening light. He mentions it once, in the passage about deciding to leave the valley blank, the light coming in over the western ridge at a long angle, making the grass look like it was moving. This is the only moment in the confession where Edmund allows himself a description that is not instrumental, not a measurement, not a data point. The grass looked like it was moving. The grass breathing. And in this single concession to poetry, in a document otherwise devoted to the language of measurement, Edmund reveals something about his relationship to the valley that the rest of the confession holds at arm's length. He loved it. He found it beautiful. The place that defeated his instruments was beautiful to him, and the beauty was part of the defeat, because beauty is not a datum,
Beauty does not close a triangle. Beauty is not something you can put in a column. And Edmund's confession is the confession of a man who found something he could not put in a column, and who had the integrity to leave the column blank rather than fill it with a lie. I spent the 7th day trying to reconcile the measurements. I will not burden this account with the methods I tried, because they were the ordinary methods of a surveyor encountering discrepant data, and they all failed. And the failure was consistent, and it was calm, if that is a word that applies to the failure of geometry. The valley did not argue with me. The valley did not behave differently when I measured it again. The valley simply was what it was, and what it was did not fit into the calculations that my training and my instruments required it to fit into.
On the evening of the 7th day, I sat in my tent with my field books and my map sheets, and I made a decision that I'm aware is the wrong decision professionally, and that I am making anyway, and that this document is my explanation for. I'm going to leave the valley blank. I'm going to submit my map of the area south of Ridge 14 with the valley drawn in its correct position, but without interior detail. No contour lines, no dimensions, no calculated distances. A blank white space, approximately 4 miles across, bordered by the ridge lines I was able to fix from outside the valley by conventional methods, which agree with each other and with the landscape as seen from the ridge, and which disagree with every measurement I took from inside. I am doing this because the alternative is to submit measurements I know to be inconsistent, and inconsistent measurements in a survey record are a form of falsehood, and I have not been trained for falsehood and will not begin with it now. The space inside that valley does not behave the way space is supposed to behave. The distances are not consistent. The geometry does not close. The chain and the pace disagree, and both of them disagree with the theodolite, and the theodolite disagrees with itself from opposite ends of the same baseline. I do not know what this means. I do not have a theory that would accommodate it. What I have is a set of measurements that tell me the valley is one size from outside and another size from inside, and I cannot reconcile the two, and I will not pretend to. I am sealing this document because I do not want it to be part of the official record. The official record will show a blank space, and blank spaces on survey maps are common enough that this one will not attract attention. They mean the surveyor ran out of time, or the weather closed in, or the terrain was inaccessible. My blank space will be read as one of these ordinary omissions, and I am content with that reading, because the ordinary reading protects the extraordinary one, and the extraordinary one is not something I am prepared to defend to men who were not there. What I will say in this sealed document to whoever opens it is this: the valley south of Ridge 14 is a place where space does not behave as it should. I measured it as carefully as I know how, with instruments I trust, and the measurements are irreconcilable. The valley is larger from inside than from outside. The distances change depending on where you stand. The geometry, which is supposed to be invariant, is not invariant. It varies with position, with direction, with something I cannot identify. And the variation is not random. It is consistent in its inconsistency, always in the same direction. The inside always larger than the outside, as though the valley has more room in it than the mountains around it have allotted to it, as though the space inside it belongs to a different accounting than the space outside. I am a cartographer. I make maps. Maps are agreements between the measurer and the measured. Contracts that say, this is how far it is from here to there, and you can trust the number. I could not make that agreement with this valley. The valley declined the contract. It offered me its beauty, which was real, and its water, which was cold and clear and slightly blue, and its meadow grass, which breathed in the evening light. And it did not offer me its dimensions, because its dimensions were not mine to take. I am not frightened by this. I want that in the record. I am not frightened. I am humbled, which is a different feeling. The feeling of standing in a place that is beyond your instruments and knowing that the place is not hostile, is not refusing you, is simply operating under rules that your training did not cover and that your maps cannot accommodate. The valley has a character. The space inside it has a quality that I will call, for lack of a better word, privacy. It does not want to be measured. It does not want to be drawn. It is content to be visited, to be walked through, to be slept in, but it will not be pinned to a page and reduced to lines and numbers. Because the lines and numbers would be a lie, and the valley, whatever else it is not a lie. I leave it blank. I leave it white on the map, the way old cartographers left the unknown spaces white, and wrote in the margins, "Here be dragons." Except that there are no dragons in this valley. There is only space that is more than it should be, and silence, and the stream, and the grass breathing in the light, and the particular feeling of standing in a place that has kept its own counsel since before any man brought a theodolite to the mountains and tried to make the wild hold still for a portrait. This is my confession. I have failed to map the valley south of Ridge 14. I have failed honestly, with good instruments, and I have left the failure on the map as a white space, which is the most truthful thing a cartographer can do when the truth does not fit the paper. For whoever finds this and believes that space has a character of its own, the valley is still there. It has not been mapped by any survey since, because I checked, years later, when the official maps of the territory were published, and the white space remains. It has been left blank by every surveyor who followed me, each of them, I presume, encountering the same discrepancy and making the same decision, or simply running out of time, or choosing the ordinary explanation, because the ordinary explanation is easier to submit to a supervisor who has not stood in the meadow grass in the evening light and felt the space around him refuse to be the size it was supposed to be. I do not think the valley is a mystery. I think it is a fact about the world that our instruments are not built to measure and that our maps are not built to hold. The world is wider than our pages. That is all I know. And if you go there, bring a good compass and a steady eye and the willingness to set your notebook down and simply look. Because the looking is the truer measurement, and the valley, if you look at it honestly, will show you exactly what it is, which is more than you expected, and enough. That is where Edmund's confession ends. The white space is still on the maps. I checked, the way Edmund checked, in the quiet of the archive on a night when checking seemed like the right thing to do. The United States Geological Survey quadrangles for that section of Montana show, in the area south of what the modern maps call a ridge with a different number than the one Edmund used, a section with unusually sparse contour detail. Not blank, not in the modern maps, because modern mapping uses aerial photography and satellite data and does not depend on a man with a theodolite standing in the grass, but sparse. The contours in that section are wider apart than in the surrounding terrain, as though the instruments that flew over the valley recorded it at a slightly different scale than the mountains around it. And nobody noticed because nobody was looking for it, because nobody had read Edmund's confession. The white space. I want to stay with the white space because it is the most important thing Edmund left. More important than the confession. More important than the measurements. The white space on the map is the thing that has persisted. A white space on a survey map is, in the language of cartography, an area that has not been surveyed. It is not the same as an area that does not exist. It is an area that has been acknowledged but not described. An area whose existence is known, but whose interior remains unknown. The boundary of the white space tells you where it begins and ends. The interior tells you nothing, because no one has filled it in. Edmund's white space has been on the maps for 140 years. He made it in 1881, and it is still there, in a slightly different form, on the modern maps. Every surveyor who has followed him has left it, each of them filling in the area around it with increasing detail. The modern maps showing topography and vegetation and drainage patterns with the fine resolution that modern instruments provide. And in the middle of all that detail, the sparse section. The section where the contours are wider apart than they should be. The section that no one has quite managed to fill in. I do not think this is negligence. I do not think every surveyor who followed Edmund simply ran out of time or was defeated by the terrain. I think each of them entered the valley and encountered what Edmund encountered. The geometry that does not close. The distances that change depending on how you measure them. The space that is larger from inside than from outside. And each of them made the same decision Edmund made, which is the decision of an honest measurer. If the measurements do not agree, leave the space blank rather than fill it with a lie. The white space is a monument to honesty. It is the place on the map where the cartographer's integrity exceeded the cartographer's ability, where the commitment to truth was stronger than the commitment to completeness, where a man trained to fill in spaces chose to leave one empty because the filling would have been false. Edmund writes, "The world is wider than our pages." This is the sentence I keep coming back to, in the archive, on quiet nights, when the lamp is burning and the files are open, and the voices of the old dead are speaking through their paper. The world is wider than our pages. The valley is larger from inside than from outside. The measurements do not agree. The geometry does not close. And the honest response, the response of a man who loves truth more than completeness, is the white space, the blank, the acknowledgement that some things are more than the paper can hold. Every file in tonight's collection is, in a sense, a white space, an area on the map of the known world that has been acknowledged but not described, an area whose existence is certain but whose interior cannot be filled in with the instruments available. Arthur's winter lamps, Margaret's amber bones, Clara's voice on the cylinder, each one a space where the ordinary measurements fail, and the honest response is to note the failure and move on, to leave the space blank, to say, "This is here. I cannot describe it. I can only report that it exists, and the reporting is the best I can do. And the best is sometimes a white space on a map." The file goes back in its folder, and the folder goes back on the lowest shelf, and the smell of old paper and old wax settles in the air of the archive. The next file is also from the lowest shelf, and it is also very old. And it smells of something I have identified, after considerable thought, as lamp oil. Not modern lamp oil, the thicker, heavier oil of the gas lamps that lit the cities of the mid-19th century, an oil that carries in its smell the particular quality of manufactured light, the light that was not sunlight or candlelight, but something between them, steadier than a candle and warmer than what would come after, the electric light that would eventually make the lamplighter's job unnecessary. The file is a diary, the diary of a man named Arthur Penniman, who lit 114 gas lamps every evening along a route in the old town of Edinburgh, Scotland, in the year 1843. The diary was found inside a wall during the demolition of a tenement on the Canongate in 1987, wrapped in oilcloth, as though Penniman had wanted it preserved but not found, or found only when the wall came down, which is to say, found only when the building's time was over and the building had no more use for its secrets. I will read you Arthur's diary now. November the 7th. Cold tonight and clear. Lit all 114 without trouble. The number 12 on the Cowgate sputtered as it does when the frost gets at the feed, but it caught and held, and I left it burning steady. Home by 6:45. Broth and bread.
Nothing to remark.
That is a typical entry from the early pages of Penniman's diary, and I include it because it establishes the quality of his attention, which is the attention of a man whose job requires him to notice small things in the dark, and who has developed the habit of recording what he notices, not because anyone will read it, but because the recording is part of how he holds the world in order. Arthur Penniman was, by his own account, a man of limited education and unlimited diligence. He wrote in a hand that was careful without being elegant, the hand of someone who had been taught his letters late and practiced them as a discipline rather than a pleasure. His spelling was sometimes uncertain, his grammar occasionally inventive, but the observations themselves were precise, and the precision was not learned from books, but from 20 years of walking the same streets at the same hour with a flame on the end of a pole, attending to 114 individual points of light in a city that depended on them to find its way home. I will give you the relevant entries in order as he wrote them, beginning with the entry from the 23rd of November, 1843, which is the first entry in which something departs from the ordinary. November the 23rd. Heavy fog from 3 in the afternoon, the thick kind that smells of the river and the breweries and sits in the closes like something poured. Started my round at 4:30 as always, beginning at the top of the high street and working down. The fog changes the work. In clear weather, I can see 3 lamps ahead and 3 behind, and the street has a shape to it, a line of fires that I have set and that mark where I have been, the way a sailor's wake marks where he has sailed. In fog, the world shrinks to the lamp I am lighting and the lamp I have just lit, and the rest is gone. And the work becomes a thing of pure trust, trusting that the next standard is where it was yesterday and the day before that, trusting the route that my feet have learned so well that the feet could do it without the man. Lit all 114. But at the foot of the Canongate, where my route turns and I begin the walk home, I became uncertain of my count. I keep the count in my body, in the rhythm of stop, reach, open the glass, touch the flame, close the glass, move on. And the rhythm tells me where I am on the route, the way a pulse tells you where you are in an hour. Tonight, the rhythm said 114. But my feet said I had walked further than the end of the route. Not by much, by perhaps 60 paces, as though the route had extended itself, or I had missed a turning, or the fog had rearranged the streets by a small amount while I was not attending to them. I put it down to the fog and went home. Broth and bread, the fire in the grate, wind rising after midnight. The fog in Edinburgh in 1843. I want to give it its own description because the fog is not incidental to Arthur's account. The fog is the condition under which the winter lamps appear, and the fog deserves to be understood on its own terms. Edinburgh fog in the mid-19th century was not the same thing as modern fog. Modern fog is water vapor, clean or relatively clean, condensed into droplets that reduce visibility. 19th century Edinburgh fog was a composite, water vapor mixed with the smoke of 10,000 coal fires and the exhalations of the breweries and the tanneries and the slaughterhouses, and the particular atmospheric contribution of a medieval city built on a volcanic ridge above a tidal river, the smoke and the moisture mingling to produce a fog that had a color, a yellow-grey that Arthur calls the color of old brass, and a smell, the particular acrid sweetness of coal smoke and river water and the organic processes of a pre-industrial city, and a texture, a thickness that was not merely visual but physical, the fog pressing on the skin, entering the lungs, settling on the surfaces of the buildings and the street lamps and the cobblestones with a film that was part moisture and part soot. Arthur walked through this fog every evening of the fog season, which in Edinburgh runs from November to March, with particular intensity in the weeks around the solstice. He walked through it with his pole and his oil pot and his flame, and the flame at the end of the pole was the only warm light in the world ahead of him, the only point of reference.
the fog reducing everything to the immediate, the 3 feet of visibility around the flame. The flame itself surrounded by its halo of diffused light in the moisture. The halo looking, Arthur writes once, like a small sun seen through water. The fog changed the city. This is what Arthur means when he writes that the fog changes the work. In clear weather, the city is definite. The buildings have edges. The streets have ends. The closes have depths. In fog, the city becomes approximate. The edges dissolve. The streets lose their ends. The closes become openings into a depth that has no back wall, the fog filling them to a density that makes them look bottomless, as though the narrow passage between 2 buildings had become an entrance to something larger than the buildings on either side.
It is in this approximated city, this dissolved city, this city of lost edges and bottomless closes, that the winter lamps appear. And I think the appearing is not coincidental. I think the fog is the condition. I think the dissolving of the definite city, the removal of the edges that separate one thing from another, creates a condition in which other things can be present. Things that the definite city excludes by the very fact of its definiteness. Things that can only appear when the boundaries soften, when the close is wider than it should be, when the crossing between 2 buildings exists in a space that the clear night city does not contain. The winter lamps appear in the dissolved city. They appear for whoever walks the dissolved city after the city is finished. And Arthur, walking his route through the fog with his flame, is walking both cities simultaneously. The city of 114 lamps that the council pays him for, and the city of 119 lamps that includes the winter lamps. The lamps that grow in the fog the way the fog itself grows, from the moisture and the dark and the particular quality of a November night in Edinburgh, when the edges of the world are soft. November the 29th. Fog again, the 4th night running. I have lit my round, and I have something to set down that I did not set down on the 23rd, because I was not sure of it then, and I'm not sure of it now. But I will set it down, because this diary is for setting things down, and a man who leaves out what he is not sure of will end up with a diary full of nothing, because certainty is rarer than people suppose. On the 23rd, and again tonight, at the end of my round, I lit a lamp I do not know. I will be more precise. At the foot of the Cannon Gate, where my route ends, there is a close, a narrow passage between buildings that I pass every night on my way home. The close has no lamp. It is not on my list. I have the list, issued by the town council, 114 lamps by number and location. And there is no lamp in that close. And there has never been a lamp in that close, because the close is too narrow for the lamplighter's pole, and because, frankly, the close leads nowhere that a lamp would benefit, only to a courtyard behind the tenements that has been bricked up at the far end for as long as I have been walking this route. Tonight, in the fog, at the entrance to that close, there was a lamp standard. I saw it because the fog does a thing with the standards that the clear nights do not do. The fog collects around the unlit glass, thickens there, as though the glass has a gravity that the air responds to, and the standard becomes visible as a pillar of slightly denser fog before you are close enough to see the iron or the glass. I saw that pillar. I stopped. I looked up at the glass, which was unlit, and at the standard, which was iron, old. The same pattern as the others on my route, a fluted column with a crossbar and a hook for the glass. And it was not on my list, and it was not in my memory, and it was there. I lit it. I want to be honest about why. It was not because I had decided the lamp was real in any sense that would satisfy a question from the council. It was because I am a lamplighter, and an unlit lamp at the hour of lighting is a thing my hands know how to answer before my mind has finished forming the question. I reached up with the pole, and I opened the glass, and I touched the flame to the wick, and the wick caught, and the glass closed, and the light bloomed in the fog the way it always does, a soft gold spreading outward from the point of flame, pushing the fog back a little, not defeating it, but negotiating with it,
making a small territory of visibility in the gray. And the close, lit, looked like a close that had always had a lamp in it and had simply been waiting for someone to remember. I stood in the light of it for a moment. The fog moved slowly around me. The lamp burned. The close was quiet, and the courtyard at its end was dark, and the lamp was between the two, a thing of warmth set at the border of the known and the not known, doing what lamps do, which is not to push back the dark, but to say, "Here. Something is here. You are not alone in the close." I want to dwell on the route, because the route is what makes Arthur's account more than a curiosity.
A lamplighter's route is not simply a path through a city. It is a relationship. 114 relationships, to be precise. One with each lamp, each one specific, each one requiring its own knowledge. Arthur knew which lamps caught the wind and which were sheltered. He knew which wicks burned clean and which smoked if you did not trim them precisely. He knew which glass doors stuck in the cold and which stuck in the damp, and the difference in how you freed them, a sharp tap for the cold stuck and a patient lift for the damp stuck. And he knew this, the way you know the particular habits of people you see every day, not from studying them, but from being with them long enough that the knowledge becomes part of your body's grammar. The route took approximately 2 hours to complete, depending on the weather and the condition of the lamps. And in those 2 hours, Arthur walked approximately 3 miles through the old town of Edinburgh, from the High Street to the Canongate to the closes and wynds that branched off the main spine of the city, like ribs from a backbone. He walked this route every evening of the year except Christmas and the Queen's birthday, when the lamps were lit by the superintendent himself, in a ceremony that Arthur regarded with the mild skepticism of a working man watching his boss do his job badly. In 2 hours and 3 miles, Arthur touched fire to 114 wicks, and each touch was specific, calibrated to the lamp's requirements. The flame held at the right distance for the right duration. The glass opened and closed with the right pressure, and the whole act taking approximately 15 seconds per lamp, which sounds quick, but which contains within those 15 seconds the accumulated knowledge of 20 years. The particular economy of motion that a man develops when he has performed the same act 10,000 times and has eliminated every unnecessary movement, every hesitation, every moment of uncertainty, until what remains is the pure gesture, the essential contact between the flame on the pole and the wick in the glass, and the light blooming. The winter lamps appeared at the edges of this route, in the places Arthur knew best and knew were empty. This is the detail that makes the account persuasive, at least to me. If the lamps had appeared on streets Arthur did not know, in neighborhoods he did not walk, it would be easier to attribute them to error, to a wrong turn in the fog, to the disorientation that thick weather produces in even the most familiar terrain. But the lamps appeared in closes he had been passing for 20 years, closes he knew to be empty, closes that had no lamps and had never had lamps, and that appeared, on fog nights, to have grown them, the way walls grow lichen and alleys grow moss. The city producing its own light in the dark places where the dark was deepest. Arthur lit them. He did not question them, or rather, he questioned them in his diary, but he did not question them with his hands. His hands knew what to do with an unlit lamp. His hands had been trained for 20 years to answer the specific need of an unlit lamp, and the training did not distinguish between a lamp on the list and a lamp that was not on the list. Because a lamp is a lamp, and a lamplighter does not walk past one in the dark. December the 4th. Fog again. I've now lit the close lamp 4 times on 4 fog nights. On the clear nights between, I've walked past the close and looked, and the standard is not there. The entrance to the close on a clear night is what it has always been. A narrow gap between 2 buildings, cobblestones, dark. No standard, no glass, no lamp. I stood and looked on the night of the 1st of December, a clear night with stars visible above the high street, and the close was empty, and I would have sworn the close had always been empty, and had never held a lamp, and that my diary entries to the contrary were the product of fog and fatigue, and the particular credulity that darkness induces in a man who spends his working life inside it. And then the fog came back on the 4th, and the standard was there, and I lit it, and the flame caught, and the light bloomed. And I did not stand and stare this time. I lit it and moved on, the way I light the other 114. I gave it no more and no less attention than I give any lamp on my route. I am beginning to think this is the correct response, that the lamp is asking to be treated as a lamp, and not as a phenomenon, the way a shy person asks to be treated as a person, and not as a case. December the 11th. 2. There are 2 of them now. The closed lamp, which I have been lighting for 3 weeks on fog nights, and a second, further down the Canongate, at a crossing I do not recognize. The crossing is between 2 buildings I know well, Hendry's Chandlery and the old Tollbooth wall. And on clear nights, the space between them is a gap of about 4 feet, too narrow for a lamp, too narrow for anything but a cat to pass through. On fog nights, the gap is wider. I do not know how to say this except plainly. The gap is wider on fog nights, wide enough for a lamp standard, which is there. Iron, fluted column, crossbar, glass, unlit, waiting. I lit it. The wick caught. The light bloomed. The crossing, which should not exist, looked, in the lamplight, like any of the city's 1,000 crossings. Cobblestone and shadow, and the particular beauty that a gaslit crossing has in fog. The light touching the wet stones and making them glow like something precious. I am keeping a separate list. My official list has 114 lamps and will continue to have 114 lamps because the council does not pay me for ghosts, and I am not prepared to explain to the superintendent of lighting that the city of Edinburgh has grown 2 lamps in the fog. My private list, which I keep in this diary, has 116, and I find that I have begun to set aside an extra measure of oil each fog night, enough for 2 or 3 additional lamps, because I do not know how many more will come, and I do not want to arrive at a lamp in the fog with an empty oil pot, because an unlit lamp is a cold lamp, and a cold lamp is a promise broken. And whatever these lamps are, wherever they come from, they are on my route now, and my route is my responsibility. December the 23rd, 119. The fog has been steady for 4 days, and the route has grown by 5 lamps. I will not describe the location of each, because the locations are not fixed in the way that locations on a map are fixed. They are locations that exist only in the fog, and that vanish when the fog lifts. And describing them in terms of the clear night city would be like describing a dream in terms of the waking world. Possible, but misleading. What I will say is that the lamps appear at the margins of the route, at the edges, in the closes and the crossings, and the small dark places between buildings where the fog is thickest and the dark is most complete. They do not appear on the main streets. They appear in the places where a person walking alone at night might feel most uncertain of their way. I light them all. I have added half a pint of oil to my nightly ration, which I pay for myself, because the council's allotment covers 114 lamps, and the 5 additional are my affair. I have begun to think of them as winter lamps. Lamps that the city grows in the dark months. The way the city grows icicles and frost, and the particular quality of cold that lives in the stone of the old town from November to March. The city is an old thing. The buildings on my route have been standing for 300 years, some of them more, and the closes between them have been dark for all of those years. And I have sometimes thought, walking the route in the fog, that the dark in certain closes has a quality of
patience about it, as though it has been dark for a very long time and has grown accustomed to itself and does not expect to be interrupted. And when a lamp appears at the mouth of such a close, the dark does not resist it, but moves aside, the way an old resident of a house moves aside to let a guest pass in the hallway, with a courtesy born of long practice. I do not know who walks in the city after the city has ended. I do not know what I mean by that phrase, but it is the phrase that comes when I think about the winter lamps and who they are for, and I will set it down, because this diary is for setting things down. After the last lamp is lit and I begin my walk home, the city behind me is a different city than the one I lit. It is a city with more lamps in it than the council knows about, lamps that burn in the fog in places that do not exist on clear nights. And someone walks that city. Someone who is not me and who is not any of the other lamplighters on the other routes. Someone for whom the winter lamps are lit, and for whom the closes are a little wider and the crossings a little brighter, and the dark a little less sure of itself. I light them. That is my job. The council pays me for 114. I light 119 because 19 is what there are, and a lamplighter does not walk past an unlit lamp. January the 12th. The fog has been gone for a week. Clear, cold nights, the stars sharp above the ridge, the city hard-edged and definite. 114 lamps. No winter lamps. The closes are their usual width. The crossings are where they have always been. The city is the daytime city, dressed in dark, every stone and standard in its known place. I walked past the close at the foot of the Canongate last night and stopped and looked in, and the close was narrow and dark and empty. And I stood there for a moment, feeling a thing I will record as loss and not be ashamed of, because a man who lights lamps for a living is permitted to feel the loss of a lamp, and 5 lamps lost at once is a thing. January the 19th. A thaw and fog rolling up from the 4th in the afternoon. By the time I began my round, the city was soft again. The edges dissolved, the buildings losing their certainty, the stones of the high street going from definite to suggested. And at the foot of the Canongate, at the entrance to the close, I saw the pillar of denser fog that means a standard. And the lamp was there, unlit, waiting. And I confess I said good evening to it, aloud, the way a man says good evening to a neighbor he has not seen for a fortnight and is glad to see again. I lit it. The wick caught on the first touch. The light bloomed. And further down the Canongate, at the crossing between Hendry's and the Tolbooth wall, another. And in the fog beyond that, I could see more pillars, more points of density where the fog was gathering itself around, something that was not there in the clear nights, and was there now, patiently, the way things that come back are always patient, having waited and having returned, and having no urgency about the returning, being simply present, simply lit, simply doing what a lamp does in the dark. 119 again. I had the extra oil. I always have the extra oil now. A wise lamplighter prepares for the lamps he knows, and also for the ones he does not know yet, because the root is not a fixed thing, it is a living thing, and a living thing grows. March the 2nd. The last fog of the season lifted this morning, and took the winter lamps with it. I do not expect to see them again until November, when the fog comes back and the dark is long enough and patient enough for the city to grow its extra lights, the ones that nobody asked for and nobody pays for, and that burn in the closes for whoever walks there after the walking is done. I have wrapped this diary in cloth, and I am putting it in the wall of my room, behind the loose stone above the hearth, because I do not want it found while I am alive. and I do not want it found by anyone who would not understand it. And a wall is a patient hiding place, and the wall will give it up when the wall is ready, and not before. My last entry for this season of the diary is this. The winter lamps are real. They burn real flame, and they consume real oil, and they cast real light on real cobblestones.
They appear in the fog, and they vanish in the clear, and they light the closes that the council has never seen fit to light, the narrow, dark places between the buildings, where a person alone at night might lose their way. I do not know who placed them. I do not know who they are for. I know only that they were on my route, and my route is my responsibility, and I lit them, every one, every fog night, with the same flame and the same care I give the 114, because a lamp is a lamp, and a lamplighter does not walk past one in the dark. They burn for those who walk the city after the city is finished. That is what I believe. I have no evidence beyond the lamps themselves and the oil they consumed and the light they gave. And that is evidence enough. There is a quality to the walk home after the route is finished that Arthur describes only once in a passage near the end of his diary that I have saved for this point in the reading, because it seems to me to be the emotional center of his account, the place where the practical man allows himself a moment of feeling. And the feeling, when it comes, is not what you might expect. He writes, I walk home through the city I have lit, and the city behind me is warm with my lamps, and the city ahead of me is dark with its own darkness, and I am between them, the man who has been in both, the man who carries the flame from the warm to the dark and back again, and the walking is my life, and the life is good. The life is good. 4 words from a man who walks 3 miles through the fog every evening and touches fire to 114 wicks and has done so for 20 years, and who, in the fog months, touches fire to an additional 5 lamps that should not exist and that he pays for out of his own pocket, and that he says good evening to when they return in the thaw. The life is good, not remarkable, not blessed, not tortured or lonely or mystical. Good. The word of a man who has found his work and does it well and does not need it to be anything other than what it is. I think this is the quality that the winter lamps respond to, if they respond to anything. The goodness. The simple, unremarkable goodness of a man who does his job with care and does not require the job to be more than a job, who lights lamps because lamps need lighting, and who walks home through the lit city with the satisfaction of a man who has done what the evening required, and who will do it again tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, until the days run out. The winter lamps appear for this man, not for a seeker, not for a mystic, not for a man who goes looking for the extraordinary, for a lamplighter. For a man whose extraordinary quality is his ordinariness, his fidelity to the ordinary work, his willingness to walk the same route every evening and touch fire to the same wicks and note the same faults and carry the same oil and say good evening to the same standards night after night, year after year. The routine itself becoming, over 20 years, a form of devotion so deep that the city responds to it by growing new lamps in the places where new lamps are needed, in the dark closes and the narrow crossings, in the places where a person walking alone at night might lose their way. Arthur lit them. He did not question them. He did not seek them. He simply did what a lamplighter does when he encounters an unlit lamp. He lit it, and the lighting was enough. The lighting was the whole relationship. The flame and the wick and the glass and the light blooming in the fog, and Arthur moving on to the next one, and the next, and the next, until the route was done and the city behind him was warm with his lamps, and the walk home was good. That is where Arthur's diary ends.
The wall held it for 144 years, and the wall gave it up when the building came down, and the construction foreman who found it gave it to his daughter, who kept it for 20 years, and she gave it to me, and the chain is unbroken, and the lamps, if there is fog in Edinburgh tonight, may be burning still. Arthur Penniman disappears from the historical record after 1847, 4 years after the last entry in the diary. The diary itself, the section I have read to you tonight, covers only the winter of 1843 to 1844, one season of fog and winter lamps, and we do not know whether the lamps returned the following winter, or the winter after that, or whether Arthur continued to set aside the extra oil, or whether the fog in Edinburgh in the winters that followed was the same kind of fog that had produced the winter lamps. The thick, yellow-grey fog of coal smoke and river moisture that gave the old town its particular quality of dissolved reality. What we know is the diary. What the diary tells us is that a lamplighter in Edinburgh in the winter of 1843 encountered lamps that were not on his list and lit them, and that the lamps appeared in the fog and disappeared in the clear, and that the lamplighter responded to them not with fear or amazement, but with the professional competence of a man doing his job, lighting what was there to be lit, and that he paid for the extra oil out of his own pocket, and that he said good evening to the lamps when they returned in the thaw. The diary was wrapped in oilcloth and placed inside a wall. This is an act of deliberate preservation and deliberate concealment, a simultaneous yes and no. The man saying, "This happened and I want it kept, but I do not want it found while I am alive, and I do not want it found by anyone who would not understand it." The wall was the waiting place. The wall held the diary for 144 years, through the demolition of the building's interiors and the rebuilding and the redemolition and the final demolition that brought the wall itself down. And the diary survived because oilcloth is patient, and paper inside oilcloth is protected, and the wall, while it stood, was doing its job, which was holding things. And one of the things it held was a lamplighter's account of the winter the city grew 5 extra lamps in the fog. I sometimes think about the wall holding the diary the way I think about the ground holding Margaret's bones. Patiently, for longer than any human patience, giving it up only when the time came, when the building came down or the plough turned the earth, the container deciding when the contained was ready to be found. The wall decided in 1987. The ground decided over 20 years, bone by bone. The box decided in 1973. The museum in Berlin has not yet decided about the cylinder. Each container has its own timeline. Each secret has its own schedule of disclosure. And the archive receives them as they come, one at a time, at the pace the containers determine, which is not the archive's pace, but the world's pace. And the world's pace is slower and more patient than anything the archive can produce on its own. I set the diary back in its oilcloth wrapping, and the smell of lamp oil lingers in the archive for a few minutes. And I think about a man walking through fog in a city of stone, lighting lamps that were not on his list, paying for the oil himself, saying good evening to them when they came back in the thaw. And I think about the quality of faithfulness that requires, the willingness to serve something you do not understand and cannot explain, and that disappears in the clear light and returns in the fog. And I think that faithfulness of that kind is its own form of seeing, a seeing that does not require the eyes, but only the willingness to light what is there. The next file on the shelf is not a diary, and not a confession, and not a letter. It is a transcript made by an ethnographer named David Morrow in the summer of 1927 of a conversation with a woman named Margaret Clay, who lived alone on a farm in the mountains of western North Carolina, and who had been finding things in her ground for 20 years. I will read you the transcript now. Morrow's notes describe the meeting. He was traveling through the mountains collecting folk accounts of what he called, in his professional language, anomalous natural phenomena, which is the university way of saying things people had seen in the woods and fields that they could not explain, and that they told him about because he was the first person who had asked, and who seemed, from the way he listened, prepared to believe them.
Margaret Clay was 71 years old when he visited her, a small woman with very strong hands who met him at the gate of her property with a shotgun in the crook of her arm. Not pointed at him, but present, the way certain rural women of that generation kept a gun present, the way a teacher keeps a ruler present. Not as a threat, but as a statement of jurisdiction. She invited him in when he explained himself. She made coffee. She talked for 2 hours while Morrow took notes in the shorthand he had developed over years of fieldwork, and the transcript I have was typed up from those notes 6 months later in his office at the university, and the typescript sat in his filing cabinet until his grandson found it and sent it to me along with a note that said, "My grandfather never published this. I think he was afraid no one would believe it. I think he believed it." I will read you Margaret's words now, as Morrow transcribed them. "My husband Lewis died in 07, that is 1907, the September. A tree he was felling turned on him, and that was that. We had this farm, 60 acres, most of it upslope and no good for anything but timber and berries, and the particular kind of hard-headedness that farming in these mountains requires. The bottom 10 acres along the creek is the good ground, and that is where we grew what we grew, corn and beans and greens and the potato patch. And that is where I have been ploughing every spring for 20 years by myself, because a woman alone on a mountain with 60 acres does not have the option of not ploughing, and the mule does not care who holds the lines. The first year after Lewis, I ploughed the bottom field in April the way he always did, and the plough turned up a bone. Now, bones in a ploughed field are not a remarkable thing in these mountains. You will find deer bones and bear bones, and the bones of whatever has died and been buried by the seasons and come up again when the iron turns the ground over. And I have found all of these at one time or another, and have not thought twice about any of them. Bones are the ground's way of giving back what it has taken, and a farm woman knows this the way she knows rain. This bone was different. I knew it was different when I picked it up, and I knew it from the weight, which was wrong. A bone that has been in the ground for a season or two is light, because the moisture has gone out of it, and the marrow has dried, and what is left is the mineral shell, the calcium, or whatever the word is, and it weighs next to nothing. This bone had weight. It was warm in my hand on a cold April morning, warm the way a stone is warm when it has been sitting in the sun, except there was no sun. The morning was overcast, and the ground was cold, and the bone should have been cold, and it was not. It was the length of my forearm, roughly, and the thickness of 2 fingers, and it was not shaped like any bone I know. I have dressed deer and hogs and chickens for 40 years, and I know the bones of all of them, the particular shapes and joints, and the way the ends flare or taper. And this bone was not from any of those animals. It was smooth, smoother than bone should be, with a quality almost like glass. And it was a color I would call amber, if amber could be a bone. A deep golden brown that was uniform from one end to the other. No variation, no discoloration, as though the thing had been that color from the start and had not changed in however long it had been in the ground. I took it to the house and set it on the table, and I looked at it for a while, and then I washed the dirt off it, and I looked at it some more. It did not look like a bone from a thing I knew. It looked like a bone from a thing I did not know, and in these mountains, that is not as peculiar a thought as it might be in a city, because these mountains are old, mister, older than anything you have in your university, and the things that have lived in them and died in them and been buried in them and come up again when the plough turns the ground are not all of them in your books. I set it on the windowsill
The next April, I ploughed the same ground and turned up 2 more. Different shapes, both of them. One short and curved, like a rib but thicker, with a smoothness to the inside curve that suggested it had cradled something, had been shaped by the weight of something resting against it for a long time. The other, longer and straighter, with a joint at one end that had the complexity of a wrist or an ankle. Many small surfaces meeting at angles that were not the angles of any animal I have butchered. Same weight, wrong for bone. Same warmth. Same amber color, uniform and deep. Over the next 18 years, I found, at a rate of 2 or 3 pieces a year, always in the spring ploughing, always in the same section of the bottom field, enough pieces to assemble on the kitchen table a partial skeleton of whatever it was that had been lying in my ground. I laid the pieces out on the bolt of muslin, the way you lay out the parts of a pattern when you are cutting a dress, trying the different arrangements, seeing which pieces fit against which curves matched which curves, which joints articulated with which joints. The skeleton, as much as I have of it, is not a skeleton you will find in any book. I have looked. I went to the library in town, which is 22 miles down the mountain, and I looked at every picture of every skeleton in every book they had, animal and human, and the old ones, the ones from before, the dinosaur bones and such. And none of them is what is on my kitchen table. What is on my kitchen table is something else. Something that is not any of those things, and that is also not nothing. Because nothing does not have bones, and these are bones, warm and amber and smooth, and arranged in a pattern that has a logic to it, a logic that says, this was a thing, this was a living thing. It had a shape, and the shape was its own, and it stood, or it lay, or it moved through the world in a way that was particular to it, the way every living thing moves in a way that is particular to it. I cannot tell you what it looked like alive. I can tell you what the bones suggest, which is a thing with a long torso and short limbs and a head, or something like a head, that was larger than a human head relative to the body, and that had in its structure, at the base, an arrangement of small bones that does not correspond to a jaw or a skull case or any of the head structures I know, but that has a quality I can only call attentive, as though the head of this thing, in life, was built for attending to something, for receiving something, for being open to something in a way that our heads, with our small ears and our forward-facing eyes, are not. It was here before the farm. It was here before the mountains were farmed, perhaps before the mountains were the mountains, when the ground was something else, and the thing that died in it and left its bones was alive, and doing whatever it did in the world, attending to whatever it attended to with that head that was built for receiving. I do not know how long it takes for a bone to become amber and smooth and warm in the hand. I do not know what manner of time that requires. I know only that the bones come up when I plough, 2 or 3 a year, as though the ground is giving them to me at a rate I can absorb. Not all at once, which would be too much, but slowly, piece by piece, the way you tell a long story to a child, a little each night, so the child can hold it. I want to say something about the ground, about what it means to plough the same ground for 20 years alone, because Margaret describes the ploughing only functionally, as the act that turns up the bones, and the act deserves more than a functional description. Ploughing is a conversation with the ground. The plough opens the earth, and the earth shows you what it holds. And what it holds is the history of everything that has happened on that ground since the ground was ground. Stones from the geological past, roots from the trees that grew before the field was cleared, pottery shards from the people who lived there before you, bones from the animals that died there before the people. The plough is an opening, and the opening is a question, and the ground's answer is whatever comes up on the blade. Margaret had been asking this question of the same 10 acres every spring for 20 years. Alone. A woman and a mule and a plow on a mountain in Appalachia, turning the ground over in the April light, and the ground had been answering with the amber bones. 2 or 3 a year, the way you answer a question that is asked patiently, with patience, giving a little at a time, not all at once, because all at once is not how the ground works. The ground works in seasons, in the slow turn of the years, and the answers come at the speed of Earth, which is the slowest speed there is. She washed them. She set them on the muslin. She tried to understand the shape.
And I think that trying to understand, that willingness to sit with something incomprehensible and attend to it without requiring it to become comprehensible, is the quality that the ground recognized in her. The quality that earned her the trust of the thing in the dirt. She did not call the sheriff. She did not call the university. She did not try to sell the bones or display them or use them to prove anything. She washed them and set them on the muslin and looked at them with the same quality of attention she would have given to any animal she found on her land. The attention of a woman who shares her ground with other things and who regards the sharing as a relationship rather than a problem. The apple tree. Margaret planted an apple tree on the section of ground where the bones had been coming up, because the thing that lay there deserved shade. This is the sentence in her account that I find myself returning to most often, because it contains, in the simplest possible language, a complete ethics of relationship with the unknown. You do not need to understand a thing to extend it a courtesy. You do not need to name it to give it shade. The courtesy is not dependent on the understanding. The courtesy is prior to the understanding. And sometimes the courtesy is all there is, and the courtesy is enough. There is a question that Margaret does not ask, and that I find remarkable in its not asking. She does not ask, what was it? She does not try to identify the thing whose bones she is finding. She does not take the bones to a university, or a museum, or a scientist. She washes them and sets them on the muslin and looks at them and tries to understand the shape. But she does not try to name the shape, does not try to fit it into a category, does not try to answer the question that any modern person would consider the first and most important question. What kind of animal was this? I think the not asking is the most important thing in her account. It is the thing that distinguishes her response from the response that our contemporary culture would produce. The response that would involve experts and classifications and the particular urgency of naming. The belief that a thing is not fully real until it has been named. That knowledge is naming, and that what cannot be named cannot be known. Margaret knew the thing in her ground without naming it. She knew it by its bones, which she had been finding for 20 years, which she had washed and handled and arranged and contemplated, which she knew the way you know anything you have spent 20 years attending to, intimately, specifically, through the accumulated experience of contact rather than through the shortcut of classification. She knew the weight of the bones and the warmth of them, and the amber color and the smoothness. She knew the way they fit together, which pieces articulated with which, the logic of the skeleton revealing itself slowly over 2 decades of spring plowing. She knew the thing the way you know a neighbor, not by their biography or their social security number, but by the specific quality of their presence, the way they hold themselves, the way they move, the way they occupy the space they are in. And she responded to this knowing, not with the urgency of identification, but with the courtesy of relationship. She planted a tree. She gave it shade. She stopped ploughing that section because the thing deserved to have some of itself still in the ground it lived in. These are not the responses of a person trying to solve a problem. These are the responses of a person engaged in a relationship with something she cannot name and does not need to name,
Because the relationship is not dependent on the naming. The relationship is dependent on the attention, on the 20 years of washing and setting and looking and trying to understand. And the understanding, when it comes, is not a classification, but a recognition. The recognition that whatever this is, it was alive. It had a shape. It attended to the world with that head built for receiving. And it deserves what all things that were alive deserve, which is to be treated with the respect that the having been alive confers. The apple tree, the shade, the courtesy. These are Margaret's answers to the question she did not ask. And the answers are better than any classification would have been, because the answers come from the relationship, from the 20 years of contact. And the classification would have come from a system, from an institution, from a category. And the category would have been smaller than the thing. And the thing deserves to be held in something larger than a category. It deserves to be held in a relationship. It deserves the shade. The ethnographer noted that the apple tree was healthy and bore well.
This is the last line of the transcript, and it is the line that makes me trust the account, because it is the line of a man who went to a mountain farm expecting to collect a folk story and found instead something he could not classify, something that was not a folk story and not a scientific observation, but something between, something that required him to stand in the kitchen and look at the bones on the muslin, and then walk outside and look at the apple tree and note, in his professional handwriting, that the tree was healthy and bore well, which is the ethnographer's way of saying, whatever this is, the ground is pleased with it. You asked me if I was afraid. I am going to answer you honestly, because you have come a long way up a bad road to ask, and you deserve an honest answer. No, I was not afraid. I was, and I say this knowing how it sounds coming from a woman on a farm on a mountain, talking to a man from a university. I was honored. The ground was trusting me with something. The ground had held this thing for longer than I can imagine, and it was giving it to me, bone by bone, spring by spring. The way you give a precious thing to someone you trust, not all at once, but in pieces, to see if they handle the first piece well before you give them the second. I handled them well. I washed them. I set them on the muslin. I arranged them with care, trying to understand the shape, not from the bones' point of view, but from the thing's point of view. What it would have been like to live inside that shape, to carry that head, to move with those short limbs, to attend to whatever the world offered for attending to. I treated the bones the way I would want my bones treated if I were found by someone a long time after my dying, with respect and with curiosity, and without the kind of fear that makes people bury things back in the ground, or call the sheriff, or pretend they never saw what they saw. Last spring, I stopped ploughing that section. Not because the bones frightened me, or because I wanted to stop finding them, because the skeleton on the table is nearly complete, and what is left in the ground, I think, is the last of it, the final pieces. And I've decided that the final pieces should stay where they are. The thing deserves to have some of itself still in the ground it lived in. I have enough of it to know what it was, which is something I cannot name and do not need to name. I know it by its bones, the way you know a person by their hands or their walk, not by their name, but by the quality of them. And the quality of this thing is a quality I can only call gentle, which is a strange word to use about a skeleton, but which the bones themselves suggest. The smoothness of them, the warmth, the amber color that is the color of things that have taken a very long time to become what they are. I planted an apple tree on the section I stopped plowing. An apple tree, because an apple tree gives shade, and shade is a courtesy, and whatever is left in that ground deserves the courtesy of shade. The tree took well. It is in its second year, and it has the look of a tree that intends to stay.
which is a look you learn to recognize on a farm. The difference between a tree that is merely surviving and a tree that has found its ground and means to make a life of it. Morrow's transcript ends there, with a note in his own hand at the bottom of the last page. Mrs. Clay showed me the bones. They are as she described. I have no explanation. The apple tree is healthy and bears well.
I have the transcript and a photograph that Morrow took of the bones on the muslin. And the photograph, which is black and white and slightly blurred in the way of 1920s photography, shows exactly what Margaret described. A partial skeleton of something that is not in any book, arranged with the care of someone who has been finding the pieces for 20 years and has thought carefully about where each one goes. The bones in the photograph have a quality that the black and white does not diminish, a smoothness, a rightness of surface that looks, even in a blurred photograph from a century ago, like something that has been taking a very long time to become what it is. I want to say more about the apple tree, because the apple tree is the last act in Margaret's account, and it is the act that transforms the account from a curiosity into something larger. Margaret planted the apple tree on the section of ground where the bones had been coming up for 20 years. She did not plant it to mark the spot or to memorialize the thing in the ground. She planted it because, in her words, whatever is there deserves shade. This is a statement of such simple ethical clarity that I find myself returning to it the way I return to certain lines in the oldest files, the lines that say more than they know, the lines that contain a whole philosophy in a single practical gesture. Shade. The thing in the ground is dead, has been dead for longer than any human being has been alive, has been dead for so long that its bones have turned to amber and are warm to the touch and are smooth as glass. And Margaret, finding these bones, washing them, studying them, understanding that they belong to something she cannot name and that the world cannot classify, responds by planting a tree. Not a headstone, not a monument, not a shrine. A tree. A living thing that will grow over the dead thing and give it the specific comfort that a tree gives, which is shade in the summer and shelter from the rain, and a root system that holds the ground together and prevents the erosion that might expose what the ground has chosen to keep. The apple tree is an act of relationship. It says, I know you were there. I cannot name you, and I do not need to. You have been giving me your bones for 20 years, and I have been receiving them. And now, I am giving you something in return. And what I am giving you is the same thing you might give a neighbor, which is shade, which is the courtesy of a living thing extended to a thing that is no longer living. The acknowledgement that your rest is something I can contribute to. The ethnographer noted that the apple tree was healthy and bore well. I have thought about this note many times. The tree is healthy. The tree bears well. The ground is pleased with the arrangement. The thing in the ground, whatever it was, whatever it attended to with that head built for receiving, is attended to now by the apple tree, which attends in the way that trees attend, silently, constantly, with roots that go down into the same ground where the bones lie. Roots that may, for all I know, have found the bones and grown around them, the living wood embracing the ancient stone, the tree and the thing in the ground becoming, over the years, a single system, the roots and the bones and the soil and the rain, a system that produces, on the evidence, healthy growth and good fruit. Margaret stopped ploughing that section. She left the last bones in the ground. She gave them shade, and the shade bore fruit. This is the whole of her theology, if theology is the right word for the ethics of a farm woman in the Appalachian Mountains who found something in her ground and treated it with respect, and was rewarded with an apple tree that bears well. The file goes back in its folder. Margaret Clay's voice, filtered through Morrow's shorthand and his typescript, goes back to the lowest shelf. And I sit in the archive with the smell of old paper and the photograph in my mind. The bones on the muslin, the apple tree in its second year, the woman with the shotgun and the strong hands and the patience to accept, bone by bone and spring by spring, what the ground was trusting her with. The last file for tonight's first half is the smallest file in the collection, physically. A single sheet of paper, folded in thirds, and a covering letter from a museum in Vienna, and a reference number that corresponds to a wax cylinder in their acoustics archive.
The sheet of paper is a letter written in 1903 by a woman named Clara Zimbalista, who worked as a recording technician for the Imperial Natural History Museum in Vienna, and who was, by the evidence of her letter, the first person to record a ghost, though she did not use that word, and I will not use it either, because the word is not big enough for what she described. I will read you Clara's letter now. To the Imperial Society for Acoustical Research, Berlin. From Clara Zimbalista, Technical Assistant, Department of Zoological Recording, Imperial Natural History Museum, Vienna. Dated the 14th of March, 1903. Gentlemen,
I am writing to accompany the enclosed cylinder, which contains a recording I made on the night of the 7th of March in the Volksgarten, Vienna, and which I am sending to you because I believe it contains material of interest to your research, and because I do not wish to retain it in my personal collection, for reasons I will explain. I should establish my credentials, briefly, because what follows will require them. I have been employed as a recording technician at the museum for 4 years, having been trained in the operation of the Edison cylinder phonograph by Dr. Heinrich Meyer, who heads our department and who will confirm, if you inquire, that my technical competence is sound. My work consists primarily of field recordings of birdsong, insect stridulation, and other zoological sounds, made on wax cylinders using the museum's portable recording apparatus for the purpose of building the museum's acoustical archive. I have made approximately 300 successful field recordings in 4 years, and my work has been praised by Dr. Meyer for its clarity and its accuracy. 2 qualities that, in recording work, are matters of technique rather than talent. The result of careful attention to the placement of the recording horn, the speed of the cylinder, and the ambient conditions of the recording environment. The recording enclosed was made as part of a series of Nightingale recordings commissioned by Dr. Meyer for a comparative study of regional song variation. The Volksgarten in the center of Vienna contains a small population of nightingales that have been nesting in the park's older trees for some decades, and the park at night, after the gates are closed and the city quiets, provides recording conditions that are, while not ideal, substantially better than any other location within the city. The combination of the park's trees providing some isolation from the street noise and the late hour reducing the ambient sound to a level at which the phonograph can capture the bird call with acceptable clarity. I arrived at the park at 11 in the evening on the 7th of March with the portable apparatus, which consists of the phonograph, the recording horn, a supply of blank cylinders, and a small lantern for the work of changing cylinders in the dark. The night was cool, clear, still, with a light frost expected before dawn. The nightingale was singing from a lime tree, approximately 30 meters from the bench where I had set the apparatus, and the conditions were favorable. Low ambient noise, no wind, the bird in good voice. I made the first recording without incident. The cylinder ran for approximately 2 minutes, capturing the nightingale's song with a clarity I was satisfied with, the bird's position relative to the horn being good, and the background noise being low enough that the playback, when I checked it immediately, as is my practice, reproduced the song faithfully. On the playback of the first cylinder, I heard the nightingale, clearly and faithfully reproduced. And beneath the nightingale, in the spaces between its phrases, where the recording should have contained only the ambient quiet of the park, there was a second voice. I must be precise about this, because precision is what my training gives me,
and what the subject demands. The second voice was not a bird. It was not an insect. It was not an artifact of the recording process, a scratch or a resonance or any of the mechanical noises that wax cylinder recording produces, and that I have learned over 300 recordings to identify and account for. The second voice was a human voice, female, very quiet, as though coming from a greater distance than the nightingale, or as though the speaker were keeping her voice low, deliberately. Not whispering, but singing softly, the way a person sings when they do not wish to be heard by anyone except the person they are singing to. She was singing with the nightingale, not over it, not competing with it, with it. The melody she sang followed the nightingale's phrases in the way that a harmony follows a melody, not imitating, but accompanying, finding the spaces between the bird's notes and filling them with a human voice that was doing what the bird was doing, which was singing in the dark, because singing in the dark is what nightingales do, and is, apparently, what this voice did also. I listened to the playback twice. I then made a second recording. Same conditions, same position. The nightingale still singing from the same tree. On the playback of the second cylinder, the voice was present again. Same quality, same relationship to the bird's song. The human melody weaving through the spaces in the nightingale's phrases with a musicality that I will describe, because I must describe it somehow as practiced. Not improvised, practiced. As though the voice had been singing with nightingales for a long time and had learned their particular rules, the way a good accompanist learns the rules of the soloist and makes a music that is neither solo nor accompaniment, but something between, something that neither could produce alone. I made 4 recordings on the night of the 7th. On the third recording, the voice was more distinct than it had been on the first 2. The volume slightly higher, the melody more clearly articulated, as though the singer had grown more confident in my presence, or in the presence of the recording horn, as though the act of being recorded had changed something in the quality of the singing. The way being listened to changes the quality of any performance. The attention of the listener drawing out from the performer something that the performer alone does not produce. On the 4th recording, the nightingale was not singing. The bird had fallen silent, as nightingales do between bouts of song, and the cylinder ran for 2 minutes in what should have been near silence, the ambient sound of the park at 1 in the morning. And what the cylinder captured was the voice alone. The voice alone, without the nightingale, was singing a melody I recognized. I recognized it the way you recognize something you have heard once, a long time ago, in a context that has since been lost. A melody that has been living in you, below the level of conscious recall, in the place where the body keeps the things the mind has forgotten. It was a melody from my childhood. A song that someone sang to me when I was very small. The words, if there had been words on the cylinder, I could not make out. But the melody, the shape of it, the particular intervals and the particular way it returned to its starting note at the end of each phrase, was a melody I knew. I knew it in my body. I knew it in the part of me that is older than language and older than memory, and that holds, in its own way, the things that were given to it before it knew how to hold anything. The songs that were sung over the crib, the voices that were the first voices, the ones that came before all the other voices, and that all the other voices are, in some sense, variations of. I did not make a 5th recording. I sat on the bench in the Volksgarten at 1:30 in the morning, with the phonograph still running, the cylinder turning in silence, and I listened, not through the machine, but through the air, and I heard nothing. The park was quiet. The nightingale had not resumed. The voice was on the cylinders and not in the air. Or the voice was in the air, and the air was keeping it at a frequency that my ears could not reach, but that the recording horn, with its different geometry and its different sensitivity, could. I packed the apparatus. I carried it home.
I played the fourth cylinder 3 times. In my apartment, in the small hours, with the curtains drawn and the gas turned low. And each time, the melody was the same. Steady, clear, unmistakable. A woman's voice, singing a song I knew from before I knew anything. Singing it in the dark, in a park in Vienna, in the spaces where a nightingale had been singing, and it stopped. I want to dwell on the cylinder itself, because the cylinder is the physical object at the center of Clara's account. The thing that holds the voice, the way a jar holds honey, or a wall holds a diary. And the physical reality of the cylinder matters to what the cylinder contains. A wax cylinder, recording from 1903, is a fragile thing. The wax is soft enough to be cut by a stylus, which is how the recording is made. The sound vibrating a diaphragm that moves a stylus that cuts a groove in the rotating cylinder. The groove holding the waveform of the sound in its physical shape, the way a fossil holds the shape of the thing that made it. Each playing wears the groove slightly, the stylus that reads the groove also eroding it, so that a wax cylinder that has been played many times holds a degraded version of its original sound, the voice growing fainter and rougher with each playing, like a memory that is recalled too often. Clara's fourth cylinder has been played, as far as I can determine, only the times she played it herself. 3 times in her apartment with the curtains drawn and the gas turned low. After that, she sealed it and sent it to Berlin. And in Berlin, it was catalogued and stored and, as far as the catalogue indicates, never played again. The voice on it, if the voice is what Clara says it is, has been sitting in the wax for 120 years, unheard. The groove holding the waveform of a woman singing a lullaby in a park in Vienna, in the spaces where a nightingale had been singing and had stopped. I have not heard the cylinder. I have not asked to hear it. Clara's instruction was clear. Do not play it after midnight. And I think the instruction extends further than the hour. I think the cylinder is not meant to be played by me, or by anyone except Clara, because the voice on it is singing to Clara, and the singing is private, and the private things deserve to be kept private. The cylinder is kept. The voice is kept. The keeping is enough. But I think about it sometimes, on quiet nights in the archive, the cylinder in its temperature-controlled room in Berlin, the groove in the wax holding the shape of a sound that was made in a park in Vienna when the nightingales were singing, and a woman who had been dead for 27 years joined in. I think about the physics of it, the sound waves entering the horn, the diaphragm vibrating, the stylus cutting, the wax receiving. The voice, if it was a voice, if Clara's mother was singing in the Volksgarten on a March night in 1903, had to produce sound waves, physical sound waves, compression and rarefaction of air molecules, propagating from the source to the horn at the speed of sound, approximately 340 meters per second in the March night air. The physics does not care whether the source is a living woman or a dead one. The physics only cares that the air was compressed and rarefied in a pattern that corresponded to a melody, and that the pattern was captured by the horn and cut into the wax, and that the wax holds it still. Clara's mother has been dead for 123 years now. Clara herself has been dead for, I estimate, approximately 80 years. The cylinder in Berlin is older than either of their deaths and younger than the voice it holds. The voice is the oldest thing in the account, older than the cylinder and older than Clara, and perhaps older than Clara's mother, because a lullaby does not originate with the woman who sings it. A lullaby originates somewhere back in the history of mothers, in the first mother who discovered that a certain kind of singing in a certain kind of voice quiets a certain kind of crying, and who passed the discovery along, voice to voice, the way Beatrice's stitch was passed along hand to hand. And the passing is older than any individual voice or hand, and the thing that is passed is what persists.
The lullaby on the cylinder, older than the wax, older than the park, older than Vienna.
Carried in the groove the way it was carried in the voice, the way it was carried in the air, the way it was carried in the history of mothers singing to children in the dark, which is the oldest history there is, older than language, older than fire, the first technology of comfort. The voice that says, I am here. You are not alone. The dark is not as dark as it seems. Sleep now. I am here. I am sending you the fourth cylinder. I am not sending the first three, because the first three contain what you commissioned me to record, which is the Nightingale, and they will go to Dr. Meyer with my other field recordings. The fourth cylinder contains only the voice. I am sending it to you because I do not want it in my apartment, and I do not want it in the museum's archive, and I do not want it destroyed. And you are the only institution I know that studies sounds for their own sake, without requiring them to be sounds of identifiable origin. I will add one thing, which I add because it is the truth, and because truth, in my experience, does not become less true for being difficult. My mother died when I was 3 years old. I do not remember her face. I have been told that she sang, that singing was a thing she did, that she sang to me when I was an infant, and that the singing was, by the account of people who heard it, beautiful in the particular way that a mother's singing is beautiful, which is not the beauty of performance, but the beauty of purpose, the voice being used for the thing the voice was made for, which is to hold a child in sound the way arms hold a child in flesh. I believe the voice on the fourth cylinder is my mother's voice. I do not say this as a conclusion, I say it as a recognition. The melody is a melody she would have sung to me, because it is the melody that lives in the place where the first melodies live. And that place was made by her, and the melody that comes from it is hers. I do not remember her face. I know her voice now. That is what the cylinder gave me, and that is what I am sending to you. And I ask you, if you play it, to play it before midnight, not after, because after midnight, the voice is, I believe, for the person it was originally singing to, and that person is me. And the singing is private, and the private things deserve to be kept so. This is the whole of my account. I do not expect you to believe it. I do not require belief. I require only that the cylinder be kept, because the voice on it deserves to be kept. And keeping is what archives are for. Respectfully, Clara Zimbalista, Vienna. That is where Clara's letter ends. The nightingale in the Volksgarten. One more detail about the bird, because the bird is not incidental to Clara's account. The bird is the occasion, the reason Clara was in the park at night with the recording apparatus, and the bird's singing is the context in which the voice appeared. And the context matters. A nightingale sings at night. This is the fact that gives the bird its name and its reputation. The fact that has made it, for centuries of poetry and music, the symbol of solitary song in the dark, the voice that speaks when the other voices have gone to sleep. A nightingale sings at night because the night is when its singing has the least competition, the fewest other sounds to contend with, the clearest channel between the singer and the listener. The nightingale has learned what all the people in tonight's files have learned, that the night is the medium, and the medium is the message. And the singing in the dark is not the same singing as the singing in the light, because the dark changes the singing the way the dark changes everything, making it more present, more immediate, more specifically addressed to whoever is listening. Clara was listening. She was in the park with a recording horn and a wax cylinder, listening to a nightingale, and the nightingale was singing in the dark, and the singing was beautiful. And the beauty was specific, the beauty of a real bird in a real park,
on a real March night in Vienna in 1903, and into that specific beauty a second voice entered, and the second voice was also beautiful, and also specific, and also singing in the dark, and the two voices together made something that neither could have made alone, the nightingale and the mother, the bird and the woman, the living singer and the dead one, singing together in the Volksgarten in the March dark, the melody weaving through the bird's phrases, the harmony finding the spaces between the notes, the two voices making a third thing that was not bird and not human, but the relationship between the two, captured in wax, held in a groove, kept in a cabinet in Berlin for 120 years. The bird does not know it is accompanied.
Or perhaps it does. Perhaps the nightingale in the Volksgarten sings differently on the nights when the voice joins it. Perhaps the bird's phrases leave slightly wider spaces, slightly longer pauses, the way a musician leaves space for a partner whose entrance they are anticipating. I do not know. I know only that Clara heard both, and that the hearing changed her, and that the cylinder holds what the hearing caught, and that the cylinder is kept, and that the keeping is enough. The cylinder is in a museum in Berlin. I have confirmed this. It is catalogued as a field recording, Nightingale Song, Vienna, 1903. Provenance unclear. No one, as far as I can determine, has played it since the catalogue was made. It sits in a temperature-controlled room in a cabinet with 1,000 other cylinders, each one holding a sound from a world that has since gone quiet. Voices and birds and bells, and the particular acoustic fingerprint of rooms and streets and parks that no longer exist in the form they existed when the wax was cut. I do not know if Clara's mother is on the cylinder. I know that Clara believed she was. I know that the belief was not casual, was not the wishful thinking of a lonely woman. Clara was a technician, trained in the distinction between signal and noise, between the sound that is there and the sound the listener wants to be there. She knew the difference. She heard the voice. She recognized it. And she sent the cylinder away because the voice was private, and the private things deserve to be kept so. I want to say one more thing about Clara's mother, about the voice that sang with the nightingale in the Volksgarten in Vienna in 1903. Because the voice is the heart of the account, and the heart deserves more than the functional description Clara gives it. Clara was 3 when her mother died. She does not remember her face. She has no photograph, or does not mention one, which in 1903 may mean the same thing, photography being available but not universal. And a woman who died young and who was not wealthy may not have sat for a portrait. Clara has no image of her mother. She has no memory of her mother's face or her mother's hands, or the specific physical details that most children carry of the parent they knew first and longest. She has been told that her mother sang. She has been told the singing was beautiful. And now, on a March night in a park in Vienna, she has heard the singing, and the singing has confirmed what she was told, and the confirmation has given her something she did not have before, which is the specific quality of her mother's voice, the particular texture and pitch and musicality of it, heard not through memory, but through a recording horn, preserved not in the unreliable medium of recollection, but in the reliable medium of wax. The voice sang with the nightingale, not over it, not separate from it, with it, in harmony. The mother's voice and the bird's voice weaving together in the dark, making something that neither could make alone. The way two voices in a duet make a third thing that is not either voice, but the relationship between them. Clara heard this third thing. She heard her mother's voice in relationship with a nightingale, which is to say, she heard her mother's voice in the act of singing, in the act of doing the thing she was told her mother did,
And the doing was beautiful, and the beauty was specific, and the specificity was the gift. She does not remember her mother's face. She knows her mother's voice. The cylinder in Berlin holds the voice, in the wax, in the groove. And the groove holds the waveform, and the waveform holds the specific quality of a woman singing a lullaby in a park at night. The melody rising and falling in the intervals that a mother uses when she sings to a child. The intervals that are not the intervals of performance, but the intervals of purpose. The voice shaped by its purpose, which is to hold, to comfort, to say, "Sleep now, I am here." Clara asked that the cylinder not be played after midnight. After midnight, the voice is for the person it was originally singing to. The person it was originally singing to was Clara, who was 3 years old and lying in a crib and being sung to by a woman whose face she would not remember and whose voice she would hear again 27 years later through a recording horn, in a park, in the dark, in the company of a nightingale. The singing is private. The private things deserve to be kept private. The cylinder is kept. The voice is kept. The privacy is kept. And somewhere in Berlin, in a temperature-controlled room, in a cabinet with 1,000 other cylinders, a mother is still singing to her daughter, in the wax, in the groove, in the dark. And the singing has not stopped. Because wax does not forget. And the groove holds what the groove was given. And what the groove was given was a lullaby. And the lullaby is the oldest technology of comfort. And the technology still works. And the comfort is still offered. And the daughter, wherever she is now, is still being sung to. I have kept her letter.
I keep it with the other oldest files, on the lowest shelf, where the dust collects, and the paper smells of age, and the voices in the folders have been waiting a long time for someone to read them aloud. There is a folder I've been keeping for the second half of tonight, and it has been waiting on the corner of the desk since I began, patient as all old things are patient. It came from New Orleans, from the basement of a building that used to be a city hall and is now something else. And it contains a letter written during the worst months of the influenza epidemic of 1919 by a man who worked in a place where the dead were brought and who discovered that the dead had things to say. His name was Theodore Beauchamp. His letter begins, "I'm a clerk. I want that understood. I'm not a priest, and I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a spiritualist. I'm a clerk. I count and I file and I keep the register. And what I am about to describe happened in the register, in the ordinary course of my ordinary work. And I have no explanation for it except that it happened, and that I did what seemed right. I will read you his file, Max. I am a clerk. I want that understood. I'm not a priest, and I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a spiritualist. I am a clerk. I count and I file, and I keep the register. And what I'm about to describe happened in the register, in the ordinary course of my ordinary work, and I have no explanation for it except that it happened, and that I did what seemed right, and that the rightness of it is the only defense I have against the strangeness of it. My name is Theodore Beauchamp. I am 44 years of age, and I have been employed as a registrar at the Orleans Parish Coroner's Office for 19 years, the last 4 months of which, from September of 1918 through January of 1919, were the months of the influenza. And it is those months I am writing about, and if this letter is read by someone who did not live through those months in this city, I ask them to understand that the months were not ordinary months, that the scale of what was happening exceeded the capacity of ordinary language and ordinary procedure to contain it, and that a man who kept the register during those months saw things that the register was not built to hold. The work of a registrar in the coroner's office is to record the dead. Name, age, address, cause of death, date, time if known,
disposition of remains. Each entry a line in the ledger, each line a person who was alive and is not. In ordinary times, the ledger receives 4 or 5 entries a day, and the work has the quality of all clerical work, which is the quality of order applied to the disorderly, the alphabet and the column, and the ruled line imposed on the mess of human departure. In ordinary times, the work is manageable, and the ledger is sufficient, and the clerk goes home at the end of the day, and the day has been a day like other days. The influenza was not ordinary times. In the worst weeks, October and November of 18, the ledger received 30 entries a day, then 40, then more than I could count by the ordinary method of counting, which is, one at a time, carefully, with a pen that does not hurry. The bodies came in faster than I could register them. The coroner's assistants, reduced to 3 by their own illness, stacked the dead in the hallway when the examination room was full, and the hallway smelled of what hallways smell of when they hold what hallways are not built to hold. And I sat at my desk with the register, and I wrote as fast as I could write, which was not fast enough. And the names accumulated in the ledger the way water accumulates behind a dam, rising. I do not want to dwell on the suffering. The suffering is not what this letter is about. The suffering is the context, the condition under which what I am about to describe occurred. And I mention it only so that you understand the state of the office and the state of the clerk and the state of the register in the weeks when the notes began to appear. The first note I found on the 14th of October. It was in the pocket of a man named Gaspard Thibodeau, age 61, of Marigny Street, brought in that morning by the ambulance service. Cause of death, influenza pneumonia. I found it when I was checking the pockets for personal effects, which is part of the registration process, the effects being listed, stored, and returned to the family when the family is located. The pockets of Mr. Thibodeau contained a handkerchief, a pocket watch with a cracked crystal, 11 cents in coin, and a folded piece of paper. The paper was small, torn from a larger sheet, and on it was written, in pencil, in a hand I did not recognize, Marie Thibodeau, 1614, Dauphine Street. She does not know yet. Tell her gently. I looked at the paper for a long time. Then I looked at the register, where I had just entered Mr. Thibodeau's name and his address on Marigny Street, and I noted that the address on the paper, Dauphine Street, was not his address. It was a different address. And the name, Marie Thibodeau, was not in the register. Marie Thibodeau was alive, presumably, at 1614 Dauphine Street, and she did not know yet that Gaspard, who was presumably her husband or her father or her brother, was dead on the table in the coroner's hallway. I set the paper aside. I finished the registration. I went home that evening, and I thought about the paper and about who had put it in Gaspard Thibodeau's pocket, and when. The ambulance crew had collected the body from Marigny Street, where Gaspard had died alone in his rooms. The body had come directly to the coroner's office. The pockets had not been searched before I searched them. The paper had been in the pocket when the body arrived, which meant it had been in the pocket when the body was collected, which meant it had been in the pocket when Gaspard Thibodeau died, which meant that either Gaspard had written it himself, knowing he was dying and wanting Marie notified, or someone had placed it in his pocket after he died and before the ambulance arrived. The handwriting was not a dying man's handwriting. I have seen the handwriting of dying men, the notes they leave, the instructions, the farewells. Dying men write with an urgency that manifests in the hand, the letters compressed, the lines uneven, the pen pressed hard, as though the writer is trying to push the words into the paper before the hand loses its ability to push. The handwriting on the paper in Gaspard's pocket was steady, unhurried, clear, the hand of someone who had time and used it well. I want to say something about the notes themselves, about their physical quality, because Theodore describes them functionally as instructions to be followed. And the physical quality of the paper and the handwriting matters to the account, in a way that the functional description does not capture. The notes were written on whatever paper was available: scraps of newspaper margin, the backs of receipts, the blank edges of printed forms. One, Theodore mentions, was written on the inside of a flattened cigarette packet. This is the material of urgency, the paper you reach for when the writing cannot wait for proper stationery, when the message is more important than the medium, and the medium is whatever your hand finds first. And yet, the handwriting on these improvised surfaces was not hurried. The handwriting was careful. Each note, regardless of the surface, had been written with an attention to legibility that suggests the writer knew the note would be read by someone unfamiliar with the hand, someone who would need to be able to make out every letter, every address, every instruction, because the instructions were important, because the instructions were about people who were alive and who needed to be told, and the telling depended on the clerk being able to read what was written. 41 notes. Theodore checked every pocket of every body that came through the coroner's office for 4 months, and approximately 1 in 4 had a note. The ratio is itself significant. Not every body, not even most bodies. 1 in 4. Which means that the notes appeared selectively, in the pockets of people whose deaths involved someone specific who needed to be told. Someone at an address. Someone with a relationship to the dead person that the ordinary channels of notification might not reach in time, or might not reach with the gentleness the situation required. The notes knew things. This is the detail that elevates Theodore's account from strange to remarkable. The notes did not contain only names and addresses, which might conceivably have been written by the dying person themselves. The notes contained specific instructions about the circumstances of the recipient. She will be at work at the laundry on Magazine Street until 4. Do not go before then. He is old and should be sitting down. She will ask about the ring. It is in his left coat pocket. Give it to her first. These are instructions that require knowledge of the living, not just the dead. Knowledge of where someone works and what hours they keep. Knowledge of someone's age and fragility. Knowledge of a ring in a specific pocket of a specific coat, and the specific meaning that ring will have for a specific person at a specific address. The dying do not generally have this knowledge. A man dying alone in his rooms of influenza pneumonia does not generally know that his sister will ask about the ring. A woman dying of the same disease does not generally know what hours her mother keeps at the laundry. The notes contained knowledge that belonged not to the dead person, but to the relationship between the dead and the living. The particular intimate knowledge that exists in the space between two people who know each other well. Knowledge that neither one possesses alone, but that both possess together. In the quality of shared life, in the accumulated understanding of years of proximity. Theodore delivered 41 of these notes. He walked the streets of New Orleans during the worst months of the worst epidemic in the city's modern history, carrying pieces of paper from the pockets of the dead to the doors of the living. He knocked. He said the words. He was gentle. And the instructions were always correct, the addresses always valid, the specific details always accurate, the ring always in the pocket the note said it was in, the laundry always on Magazine Street, the old man always in need of sitting down. He was the postman. The mail came from somewhere he could not identify, in handwriting that varied, on paper that was whatever was at hand, and the mail was always correctly addressed, and the postman delivered it, because delivering is what postmen do, and a postman does not question the origin of the mail. A postman delivers it and moves on to the next address. I went to Dauphine Street the following morning. I went because the note said, "Tell her gently," and because gentleness is not a quality that the ordinary channels of death notification are known for. the police arriving with a form and a fact, and the fact delivered in the language of facts, which is efficient but is not gentle. I went because I am a clerk and I follow instructions, and the instruction on the paper was clear. Marie Thibodeau was his sister. She was 63. She opened the door to a man she did not know, and I said I was from the coroner's office and I had news about Gaspard. And I said it gently as I knew how. And she knew before I said the rest, the way people know. And she put her hand on the doorframe and closed her eyes, and I stood on the step and waited. And eventually she opened her eyes and said thank you, and I left.
I did not think about it further for 3 days, because 3 days in October of 1918 was a lifetime of new entries and new bodies, and the register filling at a rate that left no room for thinking about anything but the next name and the next line. And then I found the second note. This one was in the pocket of a woman named Rose Landry, age 37, of Chopatula Street, and the note said, "Her children are at her mother's house, 820 Annunciation. The eldest is 9 and will understand. The youngest is 3 and will not. Be kind." I went to Annunciation Street. I found the mother. I found the children. I told the grandmother gently, and the 9-year-old with more gentleness than I knew I possessed. And the 3-year-old I did not tell, because the 3-year-old did not have the words for what I would have been telling her. And the note was right about all of it. The eldest understood, and the youngest did not. And kindness was what was needed. After that, I checked every pocket. Every body that came through the coroner's office, I checked the pockets before the assistants did. And in approximately 1 of every 4, I found a note. The notes were always the same in their essentials. A name, an address, a relationship to the deceased, and an instruction, usually brief, about how to deliver the news. Tell her gently, he is old and should be sitting down. She will ask about the ring. It is in his left coat pocket. Give it to her first. He has no family, but his landlord on the 3rd floor will want to know and will handle the arrangements. She will be at work at the laundry on Magazine Street until 4. Do not go before then. She cannot receive this news at work. The instructions were always correct. The addresses were always valid. The relationships were always as described. The specific details, the ring in the left coat pocket, the landlord on the 3rd floor, the work hours at the laundry, were always accurate. In 4 months, I found 41 notes, and not one of them contained a false address or a wrong relationship or an instruction that was not, when followed, the right instruction for the situation it described. I followed them all. I became, in those months, a deliverer of news, which is not in the job description of a registrar, and which the coroner never authorized and never knew about, because I did it on my own time, in the mornings before my shift and in the evenings after, walking the streets of a city that was sick and frightened and full of death, carrying pieces of paper from the pockets of the dead to the doors of the living, saying, "I am from the coroner's office. I have news, and I am here to tell it gently." I do not know who wrote the notes. I have turned this over for 4 months, and I have not arrived at an answer, and I do not expect to arrive at one. The handwriting varied. Some notes were written in a careful, formal hand, some in a rushed scrawl, some in pencil, some in ink. They did not look like they had been written by one person. They looked like they had been written by many people, each one writing in their own hand, each one knowing what they knew and setting it down on a piece of paper and putting the paper in a pocket and trusting that the person who searched the pockets would find it and read it and do what it said. I was that person. I found them. I read them. I did what they said. And the doing in those months, in that city, in the particular hell that the influenza made of a place that already knew something about hell, the doing was the only thing that held me. The register held the dead. The notes held the living. And I was the bridge between them. The clerk who searched the pockets and walked the streets and knocked on the doors
and said the words that the notes instructed him to say, with the gentleness the notes instructed him to use. The register. I want to say something about the register itself, because the register is the instrument of Theodore's work the way the theodolite is the instrument of Edmund's work, and the pole is the instrument of Arthur's work. And the instrument matters to the account. A coroner's register in 1918 is a ledger, a large book with ruled columns, bound in heavy covers, the pages numbered, the entries sequential, each death recorded in its place in the sequence. The sequence being the order in which the dead arrived, which in ordinary times is a manageable order, 4 or 5 a day, each entry receiving the attention it deserves, the clerk taking the time to write the name clearly and the address completely and the cause of death accurately. Because accuracy in a death record is not a bureaucratic formality. Accuracy is the last official act of recognition that the city performs for the person who has died. The acknowledgement that this person existed, that this person lived at this address, that this person died of this cause on this date, and that the facts of their departure are held in the public record, in ink, in a book that will outlast the clerk and the coroner and the building, and perhaps the city itself. Theodore kept this register with the care that the register demanded. Each entry in his hand, neat, legible, the ink the same weight from the first column to the last, the letters formed with the particular consistency of a man who has been writing the same words in the same columns for 19 years, and who has not allowed the repetition to degrade the quality. The repetition has refined the quality. Theodore's entries at the end of his career are better than his entries at the beginning. More precise, more consistent, the hand more sure. The way that any skill improves with practice, if the practitioner has the disposition to improve. In October and November of 1918, the register received 30 entries a day, then 40, then more. The neat entries became less neat. The consistent hand became less consistent. Not because Theodore's skill had degraded, but because the speed required by the volume of the dying exceeded the speed at which neatness and consistency could be maintained. The register, which had been a careful record of individual departures, became a hurried record of mass departure, the names crowding the columns, the ink sometimes smeared by the speed of the pen, the entries overlapping at the bottom of pages because there was no time to turn to a new page before the next name arrived. Theodore felt this degradation as a professional injury. He says so in his letter, not in those words, but in the quality of his distress. The distress of a man whose standard is being lowered by forces outside his control. The register was not holding what the register was meant to hold. The register was meant to hold each person individually, with the space and the care that individuality requires. The volume of the dying was compressing the individuality into a mass, the names running together, the addresses abbreviated, the causes of death reduced to a single word repeated: influenza, influenza, influenza. The word losing its meaning through repetition, the way any word loses its meaning when it is said enough times. The word becoming a sound rather than a fact. The notes in the pockets were the counter to this compression. The notes insisted on the individual. The note said, "This person has a sister at this address. This person has children at their grandmother's house. This person will be asked about the ring." Each note restored the individuality that the register was losing, gave back the specific human facts that the speed and the volume had compressed out of the official record. The notes were doing what Theodore could no longer do in the register. The notes were keeping the count of the particular. Theodore became the bridge between the two records. The register which held the mass, the notes which held the individual, the clerk who kept the one and delivered the other, walking the streets with the specificity that the register could no longer provide, carrying the names and the addresses and the instructions from the pockets of the dead to the doors of the living, one at a time, individually, with the care that each one deserved and that the register could no longer give. The notes stopped when the epidemic receded. The last one I found was in January of 1919, in the pocket of an elderly man whose note said simply, "No one to tell, but someone should know he lived." His name was Paul. He repaired shoes. Paul, the shoe repairer. The last note, the one Theodore kept. I want to spend the moment with Paul, because Paul is the hinge of Theodore's account, the point at which the account shifts from being about the notes and becomes about something else, something that the notes were always about, but that only becomes visible in the last one. The note said, "No one to tell, but someone should know he lived." His name was Paul. He repaired shoes. No one to tell. This is the condition of a person who has died without connections, without the network of relationships that the other notes assumed. The sister at an address, the children at a grandmother's house, the mother at the laundry. Paul had no one. The note does not say this with pity. The note states it as a fact, the way all the notes state their facts, plainly, with the specific kindness that specificity provides. But someone should know he lived. This is the instruction. Not, tell someone he died. Tell someone he lived. The emphasis is on the living, not the dying. The note is not a death notice. It is a life notice. It says, this person existed. This person did a specific thing in the world. This person repaired shoes. And the fact of his existing and the fact of his repairing should be known by someone, should be held somewhere, should not disappear when the last person who knew him disappears. His name was Paul. He repaired shoes. 2 sentences, a name and a trade. The minimum information necessary to establish that a person was real, that a person occupied a specific space in the world and did a specific thing in it. Not a biography, not a eulogy, a fact. Paul, shoes, repaired. Theodore kept this note because there was no one to deliver it to. The instruction said someone should know, and Theodore became the someone, and the knowing became the keeping, and the keeping is what brought the note to me, and the me is what brought it to you, and you are now the someone who knows that Paul lived and repaired shoes, and the chain is unbroken, and Paul is held. This is what archives are for. Not for the famous or the important, or the people whose lives produce documents that institutions want to preserve. For Paul. For the people whose lives produced nothing that any institution would keep, except a note in a pocket. A note that says, someone should know. And someone does. The archive knows. The lamp knows. The listener, wherever they are, lying in whatever dark they are lying in, knows. Paul lived. He repaired shoes. Someone put a note in his pocket at the end. And the note has travelled from pocket to clerk to archive to lamp to air to ear. And the travelling is the keeping. And the keeping is what Paul deserved, and what all the Pauls deserve. The ones who have no one to tell, and who should be known, should be held, should not disappear. Paul repaired shoes. I keep returning to this detail because it is the most specific thing the note says about Paul, and because the specificity is itself a form of keeping. To repair shoes is to extend the life of a thing that has been walked in. A shoe that needs repair is a shoe that has been used, that has carried someone through the streets, that has worn at the heel and thinned at the sole and opened at the seam where the upper meets the welt. The shoe showing in its wear the particular gait of the person who wore it, the particular way they set their foot down, the particular weight they carried, the particular streets they walked. A shoe repairer sees all of this. A shoe repairer reads the shoe the way a palm reader reads a hand, the wear telling the story of the walking, and the repairing being, in a sense, a response to the story, a way of saying, I see how you walk, and I will make the shoe able to hold you for a while longer. Paul did this. In New Orleans, in the years before 1919, in a shop whose location the note does not give, Paul repaired shoes.
People brought him their worn shoes, and he made them whole again. The hole patched, the sole replaced, the seam re-sewn, the shoe returning to the wearer in better condition than the wearer had brought it, able to carry them further, able to hold the weight of their walking for another season. I think about Paul's hands. The hands of a shoe repairer are particular hands, strong in the fingers from pulling thread through leather, calloused at the thumb from holding the last, stained with the dyes and the polishes that the work involves. I do not know what Paul's hands looked like. I know only that they repaired shoes, that they held the needle and the thread and the awl and the last, that they performed the specific and ancient work of making a worn thing whole, and that the work was Paul's contribution to the city, the specific way he participated in the life of New Orleans, by keeping the people of New Orleans on their feet. Someone should know he lived. Someone does. The archive knows. And the archive knows specifically, not generally, not as a number in a register, but as a man with a name and a trade. Paul, the shoe repairer, who lived in New Orleans and who died in the influenza, and whose death was marked by a note in his pocket that said what the register could not say, which is, this was not a number. This was a man. He had hands. He used them to repair shoes, and the using was his life, and the life deserves to be known. I kept that one. The others I delivered and left with the recipients, the notes becoming, I presume, part of the recipient's own records, tucked into Bibles and boxes and drawers, the piece of paper that came with the news, the instruction to be kind. The last one I kept because there was no one to deliver it to, and because the instruction, someone should know he lived, is an instruction that can only be followed by keeping, by holding the paper and the name, and the fact that Paul repaired shoes. And I have held it for 4 months, and I am now giving it to you, because your archive is a place that keeps, and Paul deserves to be kept. I do not know who wrote the notes. I know that each of them told the truth. I know that each of them arrived in the pocket of a person who could no longer speak for themselves, and that each of them spoke on behalf of the silent, to the benefit of the living, and that the speaking was always kind, and the kindness was always specific, tailored to the particular circumstances of the particular door the clerk would knock on, the particular heart that would receive the news. I was the postman. That is what I have called myself, in the privacy of my own mind in the months since. Not a medium, not a conduit, not any of the words the spiritualists use. A postman. The notes were mail. The dead were the senders, the living were the recipients. And I was the man who carried the letters from one to the other, which is a job, and a job is something a clerk understands, and understanding is what has kept me sane. That is the whole of my account. Keep it, and keep Paul, the shoe repairer, who had no one to tell, and whom someone should know about. He lived. He repaired shoes. Someone put a note in his pocket at the end, and the note was for whoever came next. And I was next, and I am passing it along. That is where Theodore's letter ends. I have the last note, the one about Paul. It is in the file, a small piece of paper, the pencil faded now to a grey that is barely legible. His name was Paul. He repaired shoes. Someone should know he lived. I keep it. The archive keeps it. Paul is kept. The next file on tonight's shelf comes from Sweden, from a village so small that the letter's translator, a descendant of the writer, had to draw me a map to explain where it was. The village having since been absorbed into a larger municipality, and its name surviving only on the oldest maps.
the way certain words survive only in the oldest dictionaries, preserved by the stubbornness of paper against the erosion of use. The letter was written in 1897 by a blacksmith named Jacob Andersen, and it begins with the kind of sentence a blacksmith would begin with: simple, heavy, made to bear weight. I have been striking the anvil for 40 years, and I have found a note that the iron knows and the wind obeys. I will read you his letter now. I have been striking the anvil for 40 years, and I have found a note that the iron knows and the wind obeys. And I am writing this down because I am 63 years old, and the note should not die with me. My name is Jacob Andersen. I am the smith in this village, which means I am the man who makes and mends the things that hold the village together: the hinges and the hasps and the ploughshares and the pothooks and the nails and the horseshoes. And I have been this man since I was 23, when my father's hands became too stiff to hold the hammer, and he put it in mine and said, "Listen to the iron." He did not say, "Hit the iron." He said, "Listen to it." I did not understand the difference for 10 years, and then I did. And the understanding was the beginning of everything I am now going to tell you. The anvil speaks. I do not mean this as a poet means it. I mean it as a smith means it, which is literally. When the hammer strikes the hot iron on the face of the anvil produces a sound. And the sound is not random. It is specific, determined by the weight of the hammer and the speed of the blow, and the temperature of the iron, and the angle of the strike, and the particular quality of the anvil itself, which has its own character, as specific as the character of a bell. Because an anvil is a bell in a sense, a bell that is struck from above rather than from inside. My anvil has been in this smithy since my grandfather's time. It is a Swedish anvil, forged in the manner of that period, which means it is a marriage of two steels, a hard face welded to a softer body, and the marriage gives it its voice, the hard face producing the high singing ring that everyone associates with a smithy, and the soft body producing the lower resonance underneath, the warmth, the depth, the particular quality of sustain that my anvil has, and that no other anvil in any other smithy has, because no two anvils are married in exactly the same way, and no two marriages produce exactly the same voice. I learned to listen to that voice. This is what my father meant. Not hit the iron. Listen to the iron. Listen to what the anvil tells you about the iron when the hammer speaks to both of them. The iron at different temperatures has a different sound, brighter when it is at welding heat, duller as it cools. And the sound tells you what the iron is ready for, whether it is ready to be moved or shaped or joined. And a good smith listens to this the way a good cook listens to the sound of oil in a pan, the sound telling you what the heat is doing before your eyes can see it. For 40 years I listened. I learned every voice the anvil had, every pitch and resonance and overtone, the full vocabulary of the thing. And I believed, for most of those years, that I knew them all. The way a man who has spoken the same language for 40 years believes he knows all its words. I was wrong. There was a word I had not heard, a note I had not struck. And I found it by accident, which is how the important things are found. Not by searching, but by the hand slipping, the angle changing by a degree the intention did not intend, and the result being something the smith did not expect and cannot afterward forget. I was working late on an evening in October, finishing a set of hinges for the church door, which had sagged on its old pins and needed new hardware. The work was nearly done. I was delivering the final blows to the last hinge, the shaping blows, light and precise, the hammer moving more from the wrist than from the shoulder, and on the last blow of the evening, my wrist turned a fraction, a degree perhaps, no more, and the hammer met the iron at an angle I had not used before, and the anvil produced a note I had not heard before. The note was not louder than the other notes. It was not higher or lower. It was a note that seemed to come from a different place in the anvil, a deeper place, as though the hammer had reached past the face and the body into some layer of the steel that the ordinary strikes did not reach. And the note had a quality that I will describe as accurately as I can, knowing that the description will be inadequate. The note had weight. Not the weight of sound, which all sounds have. The weight of consequence. The note landed in the smithy the way a stone lands in water, and the ripples went outward. The first thing I noticed was the wind. There had been a breeze through the open door of the smithy, the ordinary October evening breeze from the north, and when the note sounded, the breeze stopped. Not died down, not diminished. Stopped. The air in the doorway went still, with a quality of stillness that I recognized, the way you recognize a face you have seen before, as intentional. The air had been told to stop, and it had stopped. I stood with the hammer in my hand and the hinge on the anvil, and the smithy was silent. Completely silent. The fire making no sound, the bellows making no sound, the air in the doorway making no sound. And the silence had the quality that Stavros described in his bell tower, the quality of having been rung. The silence not empty, but shaped by the note that had produced it. The stillness lasted for the duration of the note's decay, which was approximately 8 seconds, longer than any note the anvil had ever produced in my experience. The sound sustaining itself past the point where a struck note ordinarily fades, as though the anvil were reluctant to let it go, or as though the air, having been stopped, was holding the sound the way cupped hands hold water, preventing it from draining away. Then the note ended, and the breeze came back, and the fire spoke, and the smithy was itself again, and I stood there with the hammer, and I knew that I had found something. I spent the following weeks trying to find the note again. I will not describe the process in detail, because it was the process of a craftsman, systematic and physical, varying the angle by small amounts, varying the weight and the speed, trying to reproduce the conditions of the accident. I found it again on the 11th attempt, and then again more quickly, and by the end of the month, I could produce it reliably. Not every time, but often enough that I understood its requirements, which were specific. A particular angle, a particular speed, a particular weight of blow, and a particular temperature of iron. All 4 conditions met simultaneously, the way a lock requires all its tumblers aligned before it will turn. The effect was consistent. When the note sounded, the wind stopped. The air went still. The fire quieted. Any moving thing in the vicinity of the sound paused, not frozen, but stilled, the way a congregation stills when the minister raises his hand. I experimented further because I am a smith, and a smith is an empiricist. I struck the note on a rainy evening, and the rain, within what I judged to be 30 meters of the smithy, paused. Not stopped permanently, paused. The drops hung for the duration of the note, and then continued their fall when the note decayed. I struck it on a snowy evening, and the snow paused likewise, the flakes suspended in the air, turning slowly in the stillness, catching the light from the forge like small embers. I struck it once beside the water trough in the yard, and the surface of the water, which had been rippled by the breeze, went flat. Not calm, flat. The surface of the water became a mirror for the duration of the note, perfectly still, reflecting the sky with a clarity that moving water never achieves. And then the note ended, and the ripples returned, and the mirror was gone. I want to tell you about the experience of standing in a smithy at the end of the day, when the last note has been struck and the world is holding its breath. Because Jacob describes the experience with the precision of a craftsman, but not with the fullness of a witness, and the fullness matters. 8 seconds. The note sustains for 8 seconds, longer than any ordinary strike. The anvil holding the sound the way a bell holds a sound, in the metal, in the molecular structure of the steel.
the vibration propagating through the body of the anvil and into the block it sits on, and into the floor, and into the ground. The sound travelling downward as well as outward. The earth itself receiving the note, the way it receives a footfall or a rainfall, as a vibration that enters its body and becomes part of its ongoing tremor. For 8 seconds, the world around the smithy pauses. Jacob describes the wind stopping, the rain pausing, the snow hanging, the water going flat. But he does not describe what happens inside the smithy during those 8 seconds. Perhaps because the inside is so familiar to him that he does not register it as remarkable. Or perhaps because the inside is the private part, the part between him and the anvil, the part of the experience that belongs to the relationship between the smith and his tool, and that the smith is not willing to share. I will describe what I imagine, based on what he does say, and on what I know of smithies from other files in the archive, other accounts of the particular quality of a forge at the end of a working day. The fire in the forge is banked, the coals glowing dully, the heat reduced from the working temperature to the resting temperature, the transition between the two being one of the daily rhythms of a smithy, the fire going from active to passive, from producing to conserving. The tools are hung on their hooks, the hammers and the tongs, and the hardies and the swages, each one in its place, each place worn by years of the same tool hanging in the same spot, the hooks shaped to the handles, the wall marked by the heat of the tools placed there still warm. The anvil sits on its block, the face of it gleaming in the coal light, the surface marked by 40 years of hammer strikes, the small dents and scratches that are the record of every piece of iron that has ever been shaped on it, every hinge and hasp and ploughshare and nail, the surface of the anvil being a kind of text, a record written in impact, and the record, like all records, holding the history of the work. Into this space, at the end of the day, the note falls. One strike. The hammer meets the iron meets the anvil at the precise angle and speed and weight and temperature, and the note that the iron knows and the wind obeys enters the world, and for 8 seconds the world acknowledges it, and the acknowledgement is the moment that Jacob has come to regard as the most important moment of his working day, more important than the making, more important than the mending, the moment when the work is finished and the day is marked, and the world agrees to hold still for the space of the marking. I think about the village, the woman with the clothespin, the man slowing his step, the child looking up. They do not know what the note is. They do not know that the wind has stopped or that the rain has paused. They know only that something has changed in the quality of the air, something so brief and so subtle that the conscious mind does not register it, only the body that notices the way all bodies notice when the world shifts by a degree, and responds the way all bodies respond, by pausing, by attending, by looking up. 8 seconds of shared stillness. The smith and the village, and the wind and the rain and the snow and the water, all of them paused together, all of them held in the note the iron knows. And then the note decays, and the world resumes, and the clothespin is pinned, and the step continues, and the child looks down, and the evening goes on. And nobody knows what happened, except the smith, who struck the note, and the anvil, which produced it, and the world, which obeyed it. I want to dwell on the frequency itself, on the physical reality of what Jacob discovered, because the note is not a mystical phenomenon, and Jacob does not present it as one. He presents it as a fact about iron and air, and the particular marriage of hard and soft steel in an anvil that has been speaking for 3 generations. Sound is vibration. A hammer striking iron on an anvil produces vibrations in the iron, in the anvil, and in the air.
The vibrations propagate outward at the speed of sound, approximately 340 meters per second in air at sea level in October weather, and they arrive at the ear as pressure variations that the ear converts into the experience of sound. This is physics. This is the mechanism by which every sound in the world reaches every ear in the world, from the quietest whisper to the loudest thunder. Jakob's note travels by the same mechanism. It is a sound. It is produced by a hammer striking iron on an anvil at a specific angle and speed and weight and temperature. It propagates through the air at the speed of sound. It arrives at the ear as a pressure variation. In its physics, it is identical to every other sound the anvil produces. In its effect, it is not identical. The wind stops. The rain pauses. The snow hangs. The water goes flat. These are effects that no ordinary sound produces, that no known frequency of sound is capable of producing. Because sound, however intense, does not stop wind or pause rain. Sound is a vibration in the air. Wind is a movement of the air. The two phenomena coexist in the same medium, but do not ordinarily affect each other in the way Jakob describes. And yet, the note does what the note does. Jakob tested it methodically over weeks, the empiricist in the smithy, varying the conditions, reproducing the result, confirming that the effect was real and repeatable and consistent. The wind stops when the note sounds. The rain pauses. The snow hangs. The water goes flat. These are facts. Jakob observed them. He recorded them.
He does not explain them, because the explaining is beyond his tools. And he has the integrity, the same integrity Edmund had, to report what he observed without requiring himself to explain it. I think the note is not a frequency in the ordinary sense. I think it is something that the ordinary physics of sound does not have a category for. Something that the anvil produces when the conditions are exactly right. A vibration that is not merely a vibration, but a statement, a request, an asking. The iron asking the air to be still, and the air, for 8 seconds, agreeing. The asking is not metaphorical. The iron asks, the air agrees. The rain pauses. The world holds its breath. Every anvil has this note, Jakob says. Every marriage of hard and soft steel, every instrument that has been struck for long enough and with enough attention, has somewhere in its voice the particular frequency that the world responds to, the note that asks and is answered. Most smiths never find it. Most smiths do not strike for 40 years with the quality of attention that Jakob brought to his work, the attention his father taught him, the attention that begins with listening rather than hitting, and that produces, over decades of listening, the knowledge of every voice the anvil has, including the voice it has been keeping in reserve, the voice it will only produce when the smith has earned it, when the 40 years of listening have proven that the smith can be trusted with a sound that stops the wind. I do not know what the note is. I do not know why the anvil produces it, or why the world responds to it in the way it does. I know only that the iron knows it, the wind obeys it, the rain and the snow respect it, and the water yields to it, and that these are facts of the same order as the fact that hot iron is malleable and cold iron is not. Facts about the nature of things that do not require explanation in order to be true. The village. I want to describe what happens to a village when a smith strikes a note that stops the wind, because Jakob describes it from the inside of the smithy, and I want to describe it from the outside, from the village's perspective, from the experience of the people who do not know what the note is, but who feel it. A small village in Sweden in 1897 is a community of perhaps 200 people, all of whom know each other, all of whom know the smith,
all of whom have heard the sounds of the smithy every day of their lives. The particular rhythm of hammer on iron that is as much a part of the village's soundscape as the wind and the rain and the church bell and the cows in the field. The smithy is at the center of the village because the smith is at the center of the village's economy, the person who makes and mends the tools that everyone uses, and the sounds of his work are the sounds of the village working. The evening note is different from the working sounds.
Jakob strikes it once at the end of the day, and the note that results is not the bright ringing of iron being shaped or the dull thud of iron being bent. It is a deeper sound, a sound that comes from a different place in the anvil, and it sustains for 8 seconds, which is long enough for the sound to travel through the village and reach every ear. And the reaching is not aggressive, is not the loud announcement of a bell or a horn, but is gentle, a sound that arrives at the ear the way a change in temperature arrives at the skin, gradually, without announcement, simply there. And the village pauses. Not dramatically, not consciously. The woman hanging laundry holds the clothespin still. The man walking slows. The child looks up. The cow in the field stops chewing, perhaps, and the bird on the fence holds its position. And for 8 seconds, the village is a painting of itself, a still image, every element in its place, and none of them moving, the way a village in a painting does not move, held by the frame, held by the painter's eye, held by the particular quality of attention that a painting gives to its subject, which is the attention of someone who has looked long enough and carefully enough to see the village as it actually is, in its specific and unrepeatable arrangement, and who has held that arrangement for the viewer, in paint, for as long as the paint lasts. 8 seconds. And then the note decays, and the painting becomes a village again, and the clothespin is pinned, and the cow resumes, and the child looks down, and the evening continues, and no one mentions it, and no one discusses it, because no one is aware of it in the way that awareness requires language. The awareness is in the body, in the muscles, in the brief hesitation that the body makes when the air changes and the world holds its breath, and the body does not need to name what it feels in order to feel it. Jakob has been giving his village this gift every evening for 20 years. A moment of stillness, a pause in the day's noise, a breath held and released. The village does not know it is receiving a gift. The gift does not require knowing. The gift requires only the striking of the note and the willingness of the world to respond. And the world, on the evidence of 20 years, is willing. I began to use the note, not for experiment, for ceremony. Each evening, at the end of the working day, when the last piece is finished and the fire is banked and the tools are hung in their places, I strike the note once. One blow. The anvil speaks. The air stills. The smithy goes quiet. And for 8 seconds, the world around my forge holds its breath. And the holding is, I believe, a kind of courtesy. The world acknowledging the day's work by pausing to let the last sound of it ring. The way a good audience holds its silence after the last note of a concert, not applauding immediately, but letting the note have its full life in the air before the ordinary noise resumes. I want to describe one evening, one specific evening, one instance of Jacob striking the note at the end of the working day, because the specific is always more than the general, and the general description of the practice, repeated every evening, is less than one particular evening described in full. An evening in October. The forge has been going since dawn. The work today was a set of gate hinges for the farm at the top of the village. Heavy work, the iron thick and resistant, requiring the hottest fire and the heaviest hammer. The kind of work that empties the smith by the end of the day. The arms heavy, the shoulders tight,
the hands aching in the particular way that hands ache when they have been gripping a hammer handle for 10 hours. The hinges are done. They sit on the workbench, cooling, the dark oxide forming on their surfaces as they meet the air, the iron becoming itself again after the hours of being other than itself. Malleable, glowing, open to the hammer's instruction. The hinges are well made. Jakob can see this without examining them closely, the way a carpenter can see that a joint is true without measuring it, the eye trained by decades of looking to recognize the quality of the work at a glance. He hangs the hammer. He hangs the tongs. He banks the fire, pushing the coals to the back of the forge, covering them with ash. The fire going from active to dormant, the heat drawing down from working temperature to holding temperature. The coals that will be alive in the morning, ready to be stirred and fed and brought back to working heat for whatever tomorrow's work requires. The smithy in the October evening, the light outside going from gold to gray, the smell of iron and coal, and the particular smell of cooling metal, which is a smell of ozone and heat, and the molecular activity of steel that is transitioning from one state to another. The sounds of the village coming in through the open door, a dog somewhere, children somewhere else, the wind in the trees that ring the village square. Jakob picks up the smallest hammer, the one he keeps for this purpose, lighter than the working hammers, the handle worn smooth by 20 years of this particular use. This one strike at the end of each day. He selects a piece of iron from the scrap bin, a piece of the right weight and temperature, because the note requires a specific temperature, not too hot and not too cold. The iron at the point where it has just stopped being malleable and has just started being rigid. The transition point, the moment when the iron is most itself, neither the hot version nor the cold version, but the version in between, the version that holds both possibilities. He sets the iron on the anvil. He lifts the hammer. He brings it down at the angle his wrist has learned over 20 years of this single daily strike, the angle that is a fraction of a degree different from any working angle, the angle that reaches past the face of the anvil into the deeper layer where the note lives. The note sounds. The hammer meets the iron, meets the anvil at the precise conjunction. And the sound that emerges is not the ringing of a smithy. It is the note that the iron knows, the note that the wind obeys. For 8 seconds, the world outside the smithy door holds still. The dog stops barking. The children stop playing. The wind in the trees stops moving the leaves. The October evening, which had been flowing toward night at the ordinary rate of evenings, pauses, holds. The flow interrupted by a single sound from a single smithy in a single village. The sound asking the world to be still, and the world agreeing. 8 seconds. Then the note decays. The wind returns. The children resume. The dog barks. The evening continues its flow toward the dark. Jakob sets the hammer down. He looks out through the door at the village, at the October evening resuming its ordinary business. And he says nothing. Because there is nothing to say. Because the note has said it. And the world has heard it. And the hearing is the end of the day. And the end of the day is good. The village has come to know this moment without knowing what it is. They know that at the end of the working day, the smithy produces a sound, and then there is a stillness, and then the evening continues. They have incorporated it into their own rhythms, the way villagers incorporate the bells and the roosters and the other sounds that mark the hours. Some of them, I have noticed, pause in what they are doing when the note sounds. Not consciously, not deliberately, but in the way that people pause when something in the air changes and the body notices before the mind does. A woman hanging laundry will hold the clothespin still for a moment. A man walking will slow his step. A child will stop and look up, and then not know why she stopped, and continue. The silence after the note. I want to dwell on the silence, because the silence is not the absence of the note, but its consequence. the thing the note produces, and the consequence is at least as remarkable as the cause. 8 seconds of silence in a village in Sweden in 1897. 8 seconds during which no wind blows, no rain falls, no snow descends, no water ripples. 8 seconds during which the ordinary processes of the atmosphere, which have been running continuously since the atmosphere formed, pause. Not stop. Pause. The distinction matters because a stop implies an ending and a pause implies a resumption. And the wind does resume. The rain does continue. The snow does fall and the water does ripple. After 8 seconds, as though nothing had happened. As though the pause were a breath held and released. Natural. Ordinary. The world's way of marking the end of a working day in a village where the smith's anvil has been speaking for 3 generations. I think the silence is the point, not the stopping of the wind, which is the observable phenomenon.
The silence itself, which is the experiential phenomenon, the thing that the village feels without knowing it feels, the brief withdrawal of the world's noise that leaves, for 8 seconds, a space in which something else can be heard, or in which the hearing itself changes, the ears adjusting to a level of quiet that the ordinary noise does not permit. What is heard in the silence? Jakob does not say. He describes what happens in the silence. The wind stops. The rain pauses. The water goes flat. He does not describe what is heard in the silence, whether anything is heard, whether the silence is truly silent, or whether it contains at its floor, beneath the stopped wind and the paused rain, something that the ordinary noise conceals. I think the silence contains something. I think the note asks the world to be quiet so that the something can be heard. The way a conductor raises a hand before the music begins, not to produce silence, but to produce the quality of attention that the silence creates, the readiness to hear, the ears and the mind and the body aligned in the particular configuration of reception that music requires, and that the noise of the unsilenced world does not permit. 8 seconds of reception. 8 seconds of the village aligned, the wind still, the rain paused, the ears open, the body quiet. What comes through in those 8 seconds, what the silence contains, what the note asks the world to make room for, this is the thing Jakob does not name, the thing that is between the striking and the resuming, the thing that lives in the pause. I think it is the same thing that lives in all the pauses in tonight's files. The pause between the nightingale's phrases, where Clara's mother sang. The pause between the teller's words, where the bee's hum settles. The pause between one season of Bones and the next, where Margaret waits. The pause between one Tuesday and the next, where Irene listens. The pause is where the other side speaks. The pause is where the help appears. The pause is the margin, the white space, the place where the main text does not go and where the most important things are written. I have told no one what the note does. I have not explained it, and I will not, because the explaining would diminish it, the way explaining a sunrise diminishes the sunrise, not by being wrong, but by substituting words for the thing itself. The note is not words. The note is iron and air, and the particular marriage of hard and soft steel in an anvil that has been speaking for 3 generations. And the note is what the iron knows and the wind obeys. And that is the whole of it. And I am writing it down because I am 63, and the note should not die with me. Jakob's father told him to listen to the iron. This instruction, given from one smith to another across a generational transfer of the hammer, is the founding instruction of Jakob's whole account, and I want to give it the weight it deserves. Listen to the iron. Not hit the iron.
not shape the iron, not master the iron. Listen. The instruction is about reception, not action. The instruction says, the iron has something to tell you, and your job is to hear it. And the hearing comes before the hitting. And the hitting, when it comes, should be informed by the hearing, should be a response to what the iron is telling you, rather than an imposition of what you want the iron to be. Jakob did not understand this for 10 years.
He says this plainly, without embarrassment, because 10 years is not a long time to spend learning to listen. And the listening he needed to learn was not the listening of the ear, but the listening of the whole body. The reception of the anvil's voice through the hammer and the arm and the shoulder and the chest. The vibration traveling from the iron through the tool, through the smith becoming part of the circuit, part of the instrument, the man and the hammer and the iron and the anvil all vibrating together, each one a node in a system that produces sound and receives sound simultaneously. When he understood this, when the understanding finally arrived after 10 years of daily work at the anvil, the work changed. Not in its physical details. The hammer still fell, the iron still moved, the sparks still flew, but in its quality. The work became a conversation rather than a monologue. Jakob was no longer telling the iron what to be. He was asking the iron what it wanted to be, and the iron was answering in the language of sound and resistance and heat, and the particular way that metal behaves when it is understood rather than merely worked. The note he discovered, the note that stops the wind, was a word in this conversation, a word he had not heard before, a word the anvil had been holding in reserve for 40 years, waiting for the smith to reach the level of listening at which the word could be spoken and heard. The word came by accident, the wrist turning a fraction of a degree, but the accident was possible only because 40 years of listening had brought Jakob to the exact position from which the accident could occur, the way a key can only turn in a lock that has been aligned for it, and the alignment, in Jakob's case, was 40 years of daily attention to the voice of the iron. His father told him to listen. His father, who may or may not have found the note himself, who may or may not have known it was there, gave him the instruction that would, over 40 years, lead him to the frequency that the iron knows and the wind obeys. The instruction was the gift. The finding was the consequence. And the 40 years between the instruction and the finding were not wasted years, were not years of searching or frustration. They were the years of the listening itself, which was the practice, which was the work, which was the life. Listen to the iron. The oldest instruction in smithing. Older than metallurgy, older than the forge, older than the bellows. Listen. And if you listen long enough, and with enough of yourself, the iron will tell you what it knows. And what it knows is a note that the wind obeys. And the obedience is the world's way of saying, yes, I hear you too. If whoever reads this is a smith, find your anvil's note. It is there. Every anvil has one. My father did not tell me this, because my father, I think, did not find his own anvil's note, or found it and did not recognize it, or recognized it and kept it too private to pass along. I am passing it along now, to paper, which is a different kind of passing than hand to hand, but which will have to serve. Find the note. Strike it once at the end of the day. Let the world hold its breath. It wants to. It is waiting to be asked. That is where Jakob's letter ends. I held the letter for a long time after reading it the first night in the archive, with the lamp burning and the street outside quiet. I thought about an old man in a Swedish village striking an anvil in the October evening, and the rain pausing around him, the drops hanging in the air, turning slowly, catching the light from the forge. I thought about the village,
the woman with the clothespin, the man slowing his step, the child looking up. I thought about the note dying with the smith and being born again in whoever reads this letter and has an anvil and the patience to find the angle and the speed and the weight and the temperature. All four conditions met simultaneously, the tumblers aligned, the lock turning, the world agreeing to hold its breath. The next file is the thinnest in tonight's collection. A single sheet of paper folded into a book, the book still in the file. Both of them found in the used bookshop in Vienna in 2004 by a woman who was browsing the foreign language section and opened a novel in Czech and found, folded inside the front cover, a note in a handwriting she did not recognize, in a language she could not read, and took it home and had it translated and sent it to me. The note was written by a woman named Elena Kovarik, who was a translator, Czech to German, in Prague in 1938. And the note says, "Translation is a bridge. Someone helped me build this one from the other side." I will read you her file now. Translation is a bridge. Someone helped me build this one from the other side. That is all the note says on one side. On the other side is a date, March 1938, and a name, Elena Kovarik. And beneath the name, in smaller writing, the word Przekladatelka, which is Czech for translator, female form, written as though it were a title, the way a doctor might write MD after their name, not from vanity, but from the habit of identifying oneself by one's work. The book the note was found in is a novel by a Czech author whose name I will not give, because the novel is still in print, and the author's estate deserves the privacy that Klara Zimbalista asked for when she sent the cylinder to Berlin. What I will say is that the novel is considered, by the small number of scholars who have studied it, to be a minor masterpiece of interwar Czech fiction, and that it was translated into German in 1938 by Elena Kovarik, and that the German translation is considered, by the smaller number of scholars who have compared it to the original, to be extraordinary. Better, some of them have said, than the original. More precise, more musical. As though the translator had access to the novel's intentions in a way that exceeded her access to the novel's language. As though she understood what the sentences were reaching for before she understood what the sentences were saying. Elena Kovarik was 31 in 1938. She had been translating professionally for 9 years, Czech to German, working from her apartment in Prague, which she shared with a cat and 7,000 books, and the particular quality of solitude that translators inhabit, which is not the solitude of the hermit or the widow or the exile, but the solitude of the intermediary, the person who stands between two languages and belongs fully to neither, who lives in the space between the words, which is where the meaning actually is. I have her note, and the book it was found in. I do not have her account of what happened during the translation, because the note is all she left, and the note is a single sentence, and the single sentence is, "Someone helped me build this one from the other side." What I have, beyond the note, is the book itself, the Czech original, and in its margins, in pencil, in a hand that is not Elena's, I have the help. The marginal notes are in a language that is not quite Czech. This is the detail that the woman who found the book noticed, and that the translator she hired to read the notes confirmed, with the particular fascination of a linguist encountering something unexpected. The notes are written in a script that uses Czech letter forms, but that is not modern Czech, and not medieval Czech, and not any historically documented stage of the Czech language that the translator could identify. It is older. How much older, the translator could not say, because the stages of a language before its written history are, by definition, unrecorded, and what she was looking at was something from before the record. A version of Czech that preceded the version that was first written down. A Czech of the spoken centuries. The centuries when the language lived only in mouths and passed from mouth to mouth, and had not yet been fixed on a page. The notes are translation suggestions.
This is clear from their placement, from the way they sit beside specific phrases in the Czech text, offering alternative wordings, different constructions, ways of saying the thing that the text is saying, but saying it from an older angle, from a direction that the modern language has lost access to, the way a modern road has lost access to the older path it was built over. The path still there underneath the asphalt if you know how to feel for it. Elena used them. This is also clear from comparing the marginal suggestions to the published German translation, a comparison that the translator I consulted made carefully and that she described to me in a letter of her own, with an excitement she did not try to conceal. The German translation incorporates the marginal suggestions. Not directly, not as literal translations of the old Czech alternatives, but as influences, as angles, as the particular directions from which Elena approached the German versions of phrases that the modern Czech offered her in one way and the margins offered her in another. The translation is better because of the margins. The bridge is stronger because someone helped build it from the other side. The language in the margins. I want to say more about what the translator I consulted told me, because her account of the marginal notes is itself a remarkable document, and because the linguistic detail matters to the emotional weight of Elena's story. The translator, whose name I will not give because she asked me not to, is a specialist in the historical development of West Slavic languages, which is the family that includes Czech, Slovak, Polish, and several extinct or near-extinct languages that once occupied the region between the Baltic and the Adriatic. She has spent her career tracing the evolution of these languages from their common ancestor, Proto-Slavic, through the medieval period and into the modern era, tracking the changes in grammar and vocabulary and pronunciation that accumulate over centuries, and that eventually produce, from a single parent language, a family of daughter languages that are recognizably related, but no longer mutually intelligible. The notes in the margins of Elena's book, she told me, are written in something that does not correspond to any documented stage of the Czech language. The grammar is recognizably Czech in its structure, the way the language organizes its sentences, the cases it uses, the way it handles verbs. But the vocabulary includes words that do not appear in any Czech dictionary or any historical glossary of Czech. Words that seem to be older than the oldest recorded Czech. Words from before the written record began. Words that survived, if they survived at all, only in the spoken language, in the mouths of people who lived in Bohemia before Bohemia had a written literature, before the monks began writing Czech down in the 9th and 10th centuries. The translator could not read all of the notes. Some of the words were simply unknown to her, words that no historical process had preserved and that no text had recorded. But the words she could read, the ones that had cognates in other Slavic languages, or that resembled later Czech words closely enough to guess at, were translation suggestions. They were alternative ways of saying what the Czech text was saying, alternatives that came from a different angle, a different era of the language, a time when Czech was not Czech yet, but was something older, something closer to the root, something that had not yet branched into the specific forms that the medieval scribes would eventually write down. The translator told me she had never seen anything like it. She told me the notes were either the work of a scholar with access to sources she did not know existed, or the work of someone who had spoken the language in its pre-literary form. Someone who had used those words not as historical reconstructions, but as living speech, the way you and I use the words we speak, without thinking about where they came from, simply knowing them because we know them, because they are the words of our world. Elena used these suggestions. The German translation incorporates them. Not as direct translations, because you cannot directly translate a word from a dead stage of a language into a living language, but as influences, as directions, as the particular quality of understanding that comes from seeing a word through two lenses, the modern lens and the ancient one, and choosing the German word that captures what both lenses show. The translation is extraordinary because it has this double depth,
This quality of seeing the Czech text from two temporal positions simultaneously, the present and the deep past, and rendering the German with a precision that neither position alone could have produced. Eleanor's note: translation is a bridge. Someone helped me build this one from the other side. The other side is the deep past, the pre-literary centuries, the time when Czech was still forming itself from the older speech, still deciding which words to keep and which to let go.
Someone from that time, someone who spoke the older words, looked at the Czech text in Elena's book and offered the older versions, the roots, the sources. And Elena, who was a translator and who understood bridges, used them to build a bridge that was stronger than she could have built alone. The margins of a book. I want to dwell on margins, because margins are where Elena's help appeared, and because margins are where most of the important things in any text appear. And the fact that the help appeared in the margins rather than in the main text is itself significant. A margin is the space at the edge of a page where the main text does not go. The margin is white. The margin is empty. The margin is the frame that the text sits inside, the way a painting sits inside a frame. And the frame is not the painting. But without the frame, the painting would bleed into the wall and lose its boundaries and become not a painting. The margin defines the text by surrounding it with what the text is not. But margins are also the space where readers write, the space where the private conversation between the reader and the text takes place, the notes and the underlining and the question marks and the corrections, and the alternative phrasings that a reader jots in the white space beside the printed words. The margins are where the reading becomes visible, where the internal act of processing a text becomes an external mark on the page, where the reader's response to the author's words takes physical form. Elena's help appeared in the margins, not in the main text, not as a rewriting of the Czech original, not as a correction of what the author had written. In the margins, beside the text, in the space where a reader's response goes. The help was a reader's response. The help was someone reading the Czech text and responding to it in the margins, the way any careful reader responds, with alternative phrasings and suggestions, and the particular quality of attention that a thoughtful reading produces. The reader was writing in a language older than Czech. The reader was responding from a depth of linguistic knowledge that preceded the language the text was written in, the way a grandparent's knowledge of a family precedes the family's knowledge of itself. The reader knew the words before the words were words, knew them when they were still sounds in mouths, still spoken, still alive in the air, rather than fixed on paper. And the reader offered these older words as alternatives, as deeper versions, as the roots from which the modern words had grown. And Eleanor, reading the margins, used the roots to reach deeper into the German, to find the German words that corresponded not to the surface of the Czech, but to the depth of it, the pre-Czech, the proto-language, the sound before the spelling. The margins held the help, the white space at the edge of the page, the space where the main text does not go, the space that is not the text, and that therefore has room for things the text cannot contain. The margins held an older language, an older reading, an older response to the words on the page. And Eleanor found them there, in the white space, in the place where readers write. And she used them to build a bridge that the scholars have called extraordinary. Margins, the space at the edge, the space where the help appears. I think about this in the archive, in the particular margin of the night that I occupy, the space between the day and the morning, the white space at the edge of the clock, the hours where the main text of living does not go. The archive exists in the margins. The files exist in the margins. The voices of the dead exist in the margins.
in the white space beside the main text of history, in the notes and the annotations, and the private conversations that the official record does not contain. And the help, when it comes from the margins, from the edge, from the space where the ordinary does not go, and where the extraordinary has room. I do not know who wrote in the margins. Elena does not say.
Her note says someone helped, and the someone is unidentified, and the helping is unexplained, and the only evidence is the hand itself, the penciled notes in a language that predates the written record of the language it resembles, offering a translator of that language suggestions that improved her work in ways that the scholars who study it have noted without being able to account for. I think about Elena often. She disappears from the historical record after 1938, which is the year that history began to disappear many people from Prague, and the manner of her disappearance is not documented, which means it is documented in the way that millions of disappearances from that era are documented, by absence, by the gap in the record where a name should be and is not, by the silence that is not the silence of a room, but the silence of a person removed from a room, a silence that has a shape, the shape of the person who is no longer there. Elena Kovarik disappears from the historical record after 1938. I mentioned this earlier, briefly, and I want to return to it because the disappearance is part of the account, perhaps the most important part, and the way I hold it in the archive matters. Prague in 1938, the Munich Agreement, the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, the beginning of the end for the Czech Jews and the Czech intellectuals and the Czech artists and the Czech translators, the people whose work was the cultural infrastructure of a nation that was being taken apart. Elena was a translator. She translated Czech literature into German. In 1938, this work was a bridge between two cultures that were about to go to war with each other, and the bridge builder was standing on the bridge when the bridge was destroyed. I do not know what happened to Elena. The records do not say. The records of that period are full of silences. The particular silence that is not the silence of a room, but the silence of a person removed from a room. The silence that has a shape. The shape of the person who is no longer there. Eleanor's silence has the shape of a 31-year-old woman who translated one book extraordinarily well, and who left a note in the front cover that said, "Translation is a bridge. Someone helped me build this one from the other side." The other side. In the context of the translation, the other side was the deep past, the pre-literary Czech, the older language that helped Eleanor find the right words. But in the context of 1938, the other side takes on a different meaning, a darker meaning. The other side of the catastrophe that was coming. The other side of the disappearance that the records document by absence. I hold Eleanor's note in the archive. I hold it with the particular care that I give to the files of people who disappeared, because the holding is the only counter to the disappearing. The only thing I can do against the silence that the records produce when a person is removed. The note says, "Someone helped me build this bridge from the other side." And I hold the note, and the holding says, "Someone is keeping the record of your having been here, Elena. The record that the ordinary records do not keep. The record that says you lived, and you translated, and you were helped by something from the deep past that recognized the quality of your attention and offered its assistance. And the assistance made the translation extraordinary. And the translation survives, and the note survives, and the surviving is the keeping, and the keeping is what archives are for. For Elena, for Paul. For all the people whose records are silences, whose lives are white spaces on the map of history, whose voices reach us only through the things they left in the margins of other people's books, in the pockets of other people's coats, in the walls of other people's houses. The archive keeps them. The lamp burns for them,
The voice reads them aloud, in the dark, for whoever is listening. She translated one book. She translated it extraordinarily well, with help from someone or something that wrote in the margins in a language older than writing. The translation survives. The book survives. The note survives, folded inside the front cover, found by a woman in a bookshop 66 years later. Translation is a bridge. Someone helped me build this one from the other side, the book itself. The Czech novel that Elena translated. The novel that sits in a used bookshop in Vienna with a note folded inside its front cover.
I want to say something about the book, because the book is the bridge, and the bridge deserves its own moment. A novel translated from Czech to German in 1938 is a bridge between two cultures at the worst possible moment in the history of their relationship. The German-speaking world and the Czech-speaking world were, in 1938, on opposite sides of a political catastrophe that would destroy the bridge between them for decades. The Munich Agreement, the German occupation, the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, the war, the expulsions, the Iron Curtain, all of this was coming. And Elena, translating in Prague in the spring of that year, was building a bridge that history was about to destroy. She built it anyway. She built it with the help of someone or something that wrote in the margins in a language older than the written record. A language from before the political divisions that were about to tear the two cultures apart. A language from the time when the people who had become the Czechs and the people who had become the Germans had not yet become either. Had not yet divided into the categories that history would set against each other. Had not yet learned the particular forms of enmity that the 20th century would perfect. The help came from before the division. The language in the margins was older than Czech and older than German. Older than the distinction between Slavic and Germanic. Older than the categories that the politics of 1938 were weaponizing. The help came from the deep past, from the time before the bridge was necessary. The time when the two sides were one side, and the language was one language, and the translation was not needed because there was nothing to translate, because everyone understood everyone, because the river had not yet divided into its separate channels. Elena used this help to build a bridge that the scholars who study it have called extraordinary. The bridge survives. The novel in German survives. The translation is better than the original, the scholars say, more precise, more musical, as though the translator had access to the novel's intentions in a way that exceeded her access to the novel's language. She did. She had access to the pre-language, the older version, the version from before the division, and the access gave her a depth of understanding that the modern Czech alone could not have provided. The bridge survives. The builder does not. Elena disappears from the record after 1938, one of millions. And the silence where her name should be is the silence of a bridge builder removed from the bridge, and the bridge standing without her, the novel in its German translation on a shelf in a bookshop in Vienna, the note inside the front cover, the words still legible after 66 years. Translation is a bridge. Someone helped me build this one from the other side. The other side. Before the division, before the war, before the categories. The place where the language was one, and the people were one, and the help could come from without needing to cross a border, because there were no borders yet. And the help was simply one person helping another person say what needed to be said, across the gap between one language and another, which is the gap between one person and another, which is the gap that all language exists to cross. And the translation, the particular art of crossing, exists to make crossable. Elena crossed it, with help from the other side, and the crossing survives. The other side. I have thought about what this phrase means for Elena specifically, and what it means for all the files I have read tonight.
and I think it means the same thing in every case. The other side is whatever is on the other side of the boundary that ordinarily separates us from the things we cannot see or reach or hear. The other side of the wall for Walter. The other side of the static for Irene. The other side of the fog for Arthur. The other side of the ground for Margaret. The other side of the recording horn for Clara. The other side of death for Theodore. The other side of the note for Jakob. The other side of the language for Eleanor. Each of them encountered someone or something on the other side of their particular boundary, and each of them received help. Not dramatic help, not miraculous intervention, practical help. A ribbon in the grass, a melody in the static, a lamp in the fog, a bone in the ground, a voice on a cylinder, a note in a pocket, a stillness in the air, a word in the margin. Practical, specific, tailored to the need of the person on this side, offered with the precision and the patience and the kindness that suggest, to me at least, that whatever is on the other side is not indifferent to us, is not unaware of our work and our grief and our solitude, but is paying attention in its own way, on its own schedule, with its own quality of care. The last file for tonight is the gentlest, as the last file always is. The one I save for the hour when listeners are deepest and the lamp is lowest, and the gentleness is what is needed. It comes from Cornwall, from the southwestern corner of England, from a landscape of sea cliffs and moorland and small stone-walled fields, where the wind has been shaping the trees for so long that the trees have given up resisting and grow in the direction the wind tells them to, leaning inland, away from the sea, their branches streaming like hair. The file was dictated by a beekeeper named Thomas Sellers, who was 79 when he spoke it to his neighbor, and who kept bees the old way, the way his father and grandfather kept them, which includes a practice that the modern world has mostly forgotten, and that Thomas regarded as the most important part of the work. You tell the bees. I will read you his file now. You tell the bees. That is the first thing. Before anything else, before the hive management and the health checks and the honey harvest and all the rest of it, you tell the bees. You tell them everything. Who has been born, who has died, what the weather is doing, what the neighbors are up to, what happened in the war, what the king said, what the price of sugar is. You stand at the hive and you talk to them, the way you talk to a person, not the way you talk to a thing. And the talking is not symbolic. It is not a quaint country custom preserved for the tourists. It is the relationship. It is the whole of it. The talking is how you keep bees. And a man who does not talk to his bees does not keep bees. He merely houses them, which is a different and lesser thing. My name is Thomas Sellers. I am 79 years old. I have 20 hives on the south slope of my land, facing the sea. The same slope where my father kept his hives, and his father before him. And the bees on that slope are the descendants of the bees my grandfather brought from a man in Penzance, in the year I do not know, before the First War. And they have been on this slope for at least 3 generations of Sellers, and many more generations of bees, because a generation of bees is a season, and 100 seasons have passed on that slope since the first hive was set there. And the bees remember all of them, in their way, which is a different way from ours, but which is remembering nonetheless. I have been tending the bees since I was 7 years old, when my father first took me to the hives and showed me how to stand and how to speak and how to listen, which is the part most people leave out when they talk about telling the bees. The listening. You tell them, and then you listen. Not for a reply, not for words. Bees do not speak in words. You listen for the quality of the hive, the hum, the particular pitch and texture of the hum that tells you, if you have been listening for 72 years, everything you need to know about the health and the mood and the intentions of the colony. A happy hive hums differently from a troubled hive, and a queen-right hive hums differently from a queenless one. And a hive that has heard you, that has received what you have told it, hums differently from a hive that has not been told. And the difference is real. It is a difference you can hear if you have the ears for it. And I have the ears because my father gave them to me, standing at the hives when I was 7, saying, "Listen now, Thomas. Hear that. That is a hive that knows it is looked after." I told the bees about the war, both wars.
My father told them about the first one, and I told them about the second, standing at the hives in my uniform before I shipped Dad, telling them where I was going and why, and asking them, and I do not apologize for this, asking them to keep well while I was gone, and to be here when I came back. And they were. 4 years I was away, and the hives survived, which my father attributed to his own management, and which I attributed, and still attribute, to the asking. I told the bees when my son Edward was born, and I told them when Edward died, which was in Korea in 1951. And I will tell you that the telling of Edward's death was the hardest telling I have done in 72 years of telling. Harder than the wars, harder than my wife's passing, harder than my own father's, because a father telling bees about the death of his son is a father telling the world that the world has taken something it should not have taken. And the telling requires a voice that is steady enough to say it and broken enough to mean it. And my voice was both of those things, standing at the hives on a December afternoon with the sea wind cutting across the slope and the hives humming their winter hum, which is lower and quieter than their summer hum. The hum of conserving, of holding, of waiting for the season to turn. I told them about my wife. I told them about the neighbors. I told them about the price of sugar and the weather, and the new road they were building along the coast, and the particular quality of the light on certain evenings when the sun goes down behind the headland, and the whole slope turns gold for approximately 6 minutes before the gold goes out and the grey comes in from the sea. I want to dwell on the telling, because the telling is the practice, and the practice is what makes Thomas's account more than a country custom and more than a curiosity. Thomas stood at the hives every evening for 72 years and talked to the bees. Every evening. Not most evenings. Not when he felt like it. Not when there was something important to report. Every evening. The way the monks at Stavros' monastery kept the hours, the way Elias kept his 8 daily observations, the way Arthur walked his route. A discipline. A practice that the practitioner does not evaluate each time for its merit or its necessity, but simply performs, because the performing is the point, because the consistency is what produces whatever the practice produces, and inconsistency, the skipped evening, the unreported day, would break the thing that the consistency builds. What does the consistency build? Thomas would say, trust. The bees trust me because I have been telling them for 72 years, and I have never missed. The telling is the relationship. The telling is how I keep bees. And a relationship built on 72 years of daily contact is a relationship of a specific and unreproducible kind. The kind that cannot be faked or accelerated, that can only be built at the speed of 1 evening at a time. The way a wall is built, at the speed of 1 stone at a time. But I think the consistency builds something beyond trust, something that Thomas touches on without naming, which is a channel. The 72 years of daily telling have built a channel between Thomas and whatever listens through the bees. A channel that carries his voice to the listener and that carries, in return, the green circles in the frost, the evidence that the listening is real. The channel is not mystical. The channel is practical. It is made of repetition and patience and the specific quality of attention that a man brings to a hive when he stands before it and speaks as though someone is listening, because someone is. And the speaking, repeated daily for 72 years, has worn a path between the speaker and the listener, the way water wears a path in stone.
and the path is now deep enough and smooth enough to carry something in both directions. Thomas told the bees about the wars. He told them about the births and the deaths and the price of sugar.
He told them about his son, Edward, who died in Korea. And the telling of that, he says, was the hardest telling. Because a father telling the world that his son is dead is telling the world something the world should already know. And the fact that the world does not know, that the bees do not know, that the listener behind the bees does not know, is part of the pain. The pain of having to inform the universe of something the universe should have prevented. He stood at the hives and he said it. Edward is dead. He said it in December, in the sea wind, in the low winter hum. And the listener heard, and the hearing changed nothing, because hearing never changes anything. It only holds it, and the holding is sometimes all that can be done, and sometimes the holding is enough. The circles in the frost. I keep returning to them because they are the most physical evidence in any of tonight's files, the most verifiable, the most impossible to explain away. Green grass in January, in 4-foot circles centered on each hive. The ground April warm, while the world around it froze. Thomas saw them. He knelt and put his hand in the circle, and the ground was warm. The warmth came up through the soil and into his hand, and the hand was the hand of a man who had been telling the bees for 72 years, and the warmth was the answer. Not an answer to a question. Thomas did not ask for the circles. He did not ask for anything. He told. He reported. He delivered the news of the world to whatever listened through the bees, and the listening produced the circles, and the circles kept the bees alive, and the alive bees kept Thomas talking, and the talking kept the channel open, and the channel is the whole of it, the daily practice, the 72 years, the voice at the hive, the hum in response. Tell the bees. That is the oldest instruction in beekeeping, older than Langstroth, older than the removable frame, older than the modern understanding of the colony as a superorganism. Tell the bees. It predates the science. It belongs to the time before the science, the time when keeping bees was a relationship rather than a management practice, when the keeper and the kept were in conversation rather than in a system, when the telling was not a superstition but a technology, the oldest technology of connection, the voice speaking to the thing it tends, and the thing it tends responding in the only way it can. Now I will tell you the thing I am telling you. In the winter of 1963, the cold was the worst in living memory. The ground froze to a depth I had never seen, and the wind from the sea had a quality I have never felt before or since. A searching quality. A wind that was not simply cold, but was looking for warm things to make cold, actively seeking out the remaining heat in the world and removing it. The temperature fell to levels that no hive on this slope had experienced. My hives are strong, and my bees are a hardy local strain that has survived many winters. But this winter was beyond anything they had been bred for. And I knew, from the quality of the hum, which had gone very low and very slow, the hum of bees that are clustering tightly around the queen and burning through their honey stores at a rate that will not last the winter, I knew that the hives were in danger. I did what a beekeeper does. I wrapped the hives in hessian. I set windbreaks. I fed them sugar syrup when the temperature rose enough to open the hives briefly. I did everything the books say, and everything my father taught me, and everything I had learned in 72 years, and it was not enough. The temperature dropped again, lower than before, and stayed, and the hum went lower, and I went to bed on a night in January, knowing that by morning, some of my hives would be dead. The winter of 1963, the winter of the circles, deserves more description because Thomas gives it only the practical facts, the temperature and the frost and the danger to the hives.
and the practical facts do not convey the experience of standing on a Cornish slope in January and seeing green circles in a white world. Cornwall in winter is a landscape of horizontal rain and wind from the Atlantic, and the particular quality of grey that the sky produces when the cloud cover is total and the light is filtered through miles of moisture-laden air. A grey that is not dull, but active, a grey that changes throughout the day as the cloud layer thickens and thins, the light going from almost bright in the late morning to barely there in the early afternoon, and then to the long grey twilight that lasts from 3 in the afternoon until 6 in the evening, the sun going down behind the cloud, somewhere to the west, and the cloud holding the light for hours after the sun itself has gone. In the winter of '63, the grey went dark. The temperature dropped below anything Thomas had seen in his 70 years on that slope, and the frost went deep, and the wind from the sea had the quality he describes as searching, a wind that was not simply cold, but was actively removing heat, seeking out the warm places and cooling them, the hedges and the stone walls and the animals in the fields and the hives on the slope, the wind treating every warm thing as a problem to be solved, and the solution being cold. Thomas went to bed knowing the hives would not survive the night. He had done everything he could. The hessian wrapping, the windbreaks, the sugar syrup, the measures of a beekeeper against the measures of a winter that exceeded any winter the measures had been designed for. And the measures were not enough. And he knew they were not enough. And he went to bed with the particular heaviness of a man who has spent 70 years keeping something alive, and who knows that tonight, the keeping may end. He woke at first light and went out. The slope was white. The frost was thick on the grass, on the hedges, on the stone walls, on the windbreaks he had set around the hives. Everything white. Everything frozen. Everything still. And the circles. 20 circles, one around each hive, 4 feet in diameter, the grass inside them green, the ground inside them warm to the hand. Not a single hive lost. Not a single colony dead. The bees inside the hives humming their ordinary winter hum, steady, the hum of bees that have made it through the night. And around them, in perfect circles, the evidence that something had intervened, something that had pushed the frost back 4 feet in every direction, something that had held the ground at April temperature, while the air above it was January temperature, something that had kept the warm things warm. Thomas knelt and put his hand in the circle, and the ground was warm. He knelt there for a while, he says, on the white ground outside the green circle, his hand in the warm earth. And he did not pray, because praying was not his practice. And he did not weep, because weeping was not his temperament. And he did not try to understand, because understanding was not what the moment required. What the moment required was the same thing all the moments in tonight's files have required, from the cartographer's valley to the lamplighter's fog, to the farm woman's bones, to the recording technician's cylinder, to the mortuary clerk's notes, to the blacksmith's note, to the translator's margins. What the moment required was witness. Someone to see the circles and to know them for what they were, which is evidence. Evidence that the telling is heard, and that the hearing is real, and that the world, whatever else it is so arranged that a man who talks to his bees for 72 years is not talking to nothing. I went out at first light. The slope was white, the frost thick on the grass, the wind still searching. And the hives were alive, all 20. Alive, humming. The hum, not the low, slow, dying hum of the night before, but the ordinary winter hum, steady, the hum of bees that have made it through the night. And around each hive, in a perfect circle, the frost had melted. The grass inside the circle was green. Green, in January, in the worst winter in living memory. the grass green and soft and unfrosted in a circle approximately 4 feet in diameter around each hive. And beyond the circle, the frost continued unbroken in every direction. The white world and the 20 green circles, each one centered on the hive, each one exactly the same size. I knelt by the nearest hive and put my hand in the circle, and the ground was warm. Not heated, not hot, warm. The way the ground is warm in April, when the sun has been on it all day. A gentle, stored warmth that comes up through the soil and into the hand.
The ground around my hives, in January, in the frost, was April warm. I have thought about this for 10 years. I have thought about what could warm the ground around a beehive in a circle of exactly 4 feet in the worst January in living memory. The bees themselves generate heat, this is known. The cluster vibrates, and the vibration produces warmth that keeps the queen alive. But the warmth of a bee cluster does not extend 4 feet into the surrounding soil. The warmth of a bee cluster barely extends to the outer walls of the hive. Something else was warming the ground. Something else was keeping the circles green and the frost at bay and the hives alive. I have told the bees everything for 72 years. I have told them about the wars and the births and the deaths and the weather and the price of sugar and the light on the slope in the evening. And someone has been listening. Not the bees, through the bees. Someone or something that receives what I tell and that has, in its own way, been keeping the bees alive. Because as long as the bees are alive, I will keep talking. And as long as I keep talking, the listening continues. And the listening, I believe, is the point, is the thing that whoever is on the other side of the telling values. The steady voice of a man standing at the hives, reporting on the world, day after day, year after year. The news of the living delivered to whatever lives on the other side of the hive wall. The circles have appeared in every cold winter since. Not every winter, because not every winter is cold enough to threaten the hives, but in the winters that are cold enough, in the nights when the frost goes deep and the wind surges, the circles appear in the morning, green and warm. A courtesy extended to the bees and, through the bees, to me, the teller, who has been telling for 72 years, and who intends to tell until the telling stops. I want to say one final thing about the bees, about what it means to keep bees the old way. Because the old way is the way that produces the circles in the frost. And the way matters. The old way of keeping bees is a relationship. The modern way of keeping bees is a management practice. The difference is not in the equipment or the techniques, although those differ too. The difference is in the quality of attention. The modern beekeeper manages the colony. The old beekeeper converses with the colony. The modern beekeeper monitors for disease and treats for mites and harvests honey on a schedule determined by the market. The old beekeeper tells the bees who has been born and who has died, and what the price of sugar is. The telling is the relationship. Thomas stands at the hive and he speaks. Not because the bees understand English, not because the information he conveys has practical value for the colony's management. He speaks because the speaking is the attention, and the attention is the relationship. And the relationship is what keeps the bees, in both senses of the word, keeps them alive and keeps them, holds them, maintains them in the particular way that a keeper maintains the thing in his keeping. 72 years of daily telling has produced something in the relationship between Thomas and his bees that 72 years of daily management would not have produced. The telling has built a channel, as I said before, a path worn smooth by daily use, and the path goes deeper than the relationship between one man and his hives, deeper into whatever lies beneath the practical surface of beekeeping, into the layer where the old custom was not a custom at all, but a technology of connection between the human and the non-human, the keeper and the kept, the speaker and the listener. The circles in the frost are the evidence of the depth. The The circles are what comes up through the channel when the channel is deep enough, when the 72 years of telling have worn the path smooth enough and deep enough that something from the other side can travel it. Something that hears the telling and responds to it. Something that values the speaking enough to keep the speaker's bees alive through the worst winter in living memory. Because the bees alive means the speaking continues, and the speaking continuing means the listening continues. And the listening is what whatever it is values. The steady voice of a man reporting on the world to whatever lives on the other side of the hive wall. Tell the bees. The oldest instruction in beekeeping. The instruction that predates the science, and that the science has not been able to explain, and that Thomas, standing on his slope in January, looking at 20 green circles in a white world, does not need the science to explain, because the evidence is the circles, and the circles are green, and the ground is warm, and the bees are alive, and the telling continues, and the listening is real. I am 79. The bees are well. The slope faces the sea, and every evening, at the end of the day, I walk up to the hives and I tell them what has happened, and I listen for the hum, and the hum is steady, and the steadiness is the answer, and the answer is enough. I do not need to know who listens. I need only to know that the listening is real, and the circles in the frost are real, and the bees are alive, and the world, on the evidence, is so arranged that a man who talks to his bees is heard by something that cares whether the bees survive the winter. That is enough. That is the whole of my theology, which is a word I would not normally use, not being a man of the church, but which seems right for what I am describing, which is a faith, a working faith, tested every winter and confirmed every spring, that the telling matters and the listening is real. Tell the bees. That is what I have to pass along. Tell them everything. Stand at the hive and speak, the way you speak to a person, not the way you speak to a thing, and listen. And in the winters, when the cold is worst and the frost goes deep, look for the circles in the morning, the green circles in the white world, the evidence that someone heard you, and that the hearing was enough to keep the warm things warm. That is the last file for tonight. Thomas Sellers died in 1959, 7 years after he dictated his account to his neighbor. His grandson, who sent me the file, included a note of his own that says, "The hives are still on the slope." My father kept them after grandfather died, and I keep them now. We tell the bees. 3 generations. The telling passed from Thomas to his son to his grandson, the way the stitch passed from Beatrice's mother to Beatrice, hand to hand, voice to voice, the practice transmitted through the act of practicing, the knowledge carried in the doing rather than in the describing. Thomas's grandson tells the bees. He stands at the hives on the south slope facing the sea, and he reports on the world, the births and the deaths, and the weather, and the price of whatever the price is of these days. And the bees hum, and the humming is steady, and the steadiness is the answer. The hum. I want to describe the hum, because the hum is the bee's response, and the response is half of the conversation, and half the conversation has not been adequately described. A beehive hums. This is the first thing anyone knows about bees. The humming, the buzz, the particular sound that a colony of 10,000 or 50,000 or 100,000 bees produces when they are going about their business, which is the business of being alive, of maintaining the hive temperature and feeding the brood and processing the nectar and doing the 10,000 other things that a colony does continuously, day and night, without stopping. The work never ceasing because the colony is not an individual that can rest, but a superorganism that distributes its rest across its members, some sleeping while others work. The hum never stopping,
because the work never stops. Thomas has been listening to this hum for 72 years. He knows it the way a musician knows a chord, not as a single sound, but as a composite, a blend of many individual sounds, each bee contributing its own frequency, the collective sound being the sum of 10,000 individual contributions, a sum that has a character, a quality, a specific texture that changes with the season and the hour and the health of the colony and the mood of the colony, and, Thomas believes, with what the colony has been told. A happy hive hums at a particular frequency. A troubled hive hums lower or higher, or with a particular roughness that Thomas can detect the way a mechanic can detect a misalignment in an engine by the sound it makes, the slight vibration, the slight wrongness in the tone. A queenless hive has a particular quality of agitation in its hum, a restlessness, the sound of a community that has lost its center and is searching for it.
A hive that has been told, that has received the day's report from the beekeeper, has a quality that Thomas calls settled, a hum that is steadier than the pre-telling hum, the colony having received the information and processed it and returns to its work with the particular steadiness of something that has been attended to. This is the quality Thomas listens for when he finishes telling. The settled hum. The hum that says, "I have heard you. I have received what you told me. The information has been processed. The colony is steady. The world, as reported by the beekeeper, has been noted and incorporated, and the work continues." The settled hum is the answer. Not in words, not in language. In the particular quality of 10,000 bees humming together in a way that has been subtly changed by the telling, the way a room is subtly changed by a conversation that has taken place in it. The air different, the quality of the silence different, the room holding something it did not hold before the conversation began. Thomas listens for this change every evening. He tells the bees, and then he listens. And the listening is the second half of the conversation, the half that the beekeeper provides. And the providing is as important as the telling, because a conversation without listening is not a conversation. It is a monologue. And a monologue does not build the channel, does not wear the path, does not produce the circles in the frost. The telling and the listening, the voice and the hum, the beekeeper and the bees. 72 years of daily practice, daily conversation, daily attention to the particular quality of the sound that comes back when you have said what you have to say. This is the practice. This is the channel. And the circles in the frost are what comes through the channel when the channel is deep enough, when the conversation has been going on long enough, when the telling and the listening have worn the path smooth enough that something from the other side can travel it. He does not mention circles in the frost. He does not say whether the circles have appeared in the winters since Thomas died. He says only, "We tell the bees." 3 words, the whole of the instruction, the whole of the practice, the whole of the inheritance. I keep Thomas's file with the pressed flower, the sprig of sweet William that his grandson enclosed with the account. The flower has faded from red to a soft brown that is almost the color of the paper it is pressed against. The flower and the paper becoming, over the years, more alike. The distinction between the container and the contained blurring, in the way that the distinction between the keeper and the kept blurs in all the accounts I have read tonight. The cartographer and the valley, the lamplighter and the lamps, the farm woman and the bones, the sound technician and the cylinder, the clerk and the notes, the smith and the anvil, the translator and the language, the beekeeper and the bees, the keeper and the kept, the teller and the told, the listener and the listened to. In every account, the two become one. The practice erases the boundary between the person who does and the thing that is done to. And what remains, when the boundary is gone, is the thing itself, the pure act, the lighting, the telling, the counting, the keeping, the translating, the listening. The act without the actor, the practice without the practitioner, the lamp burning whether or not anyone is there to tend it. Thomas's grandson tends the hives. The lamp burns. The bees are told. And whatever listens through the bees, whatever kept the ground warm in January of '63, whatever drew the green circles in the white world, is still listening. Because the telling has not stopped. Because the telling was passed along. Because the practice is older than any single practitioner and will outlast any single practitioner. And the outlasting is the point. Tell the bees. The instruction is 300 years old, or older. It predates Thomas and his father and his grandfather, and the man in Penzance who sold the first bees. It comes from the time before beekeeping was a science, from the time when it was a relationship, from the time when the instruction was not a superstition, but a technology, the technology of connection. The voice and the hive, and the listening, and the circles in the frost. The technology still works. The bees are still told. The listening is still real. And the archive, which keeps the record of the telling, is still open. And the lamp is still burning. And the voice is still speaking. And you are still here. I close Thomas's folder, and I set it with the others, and I sit in the archive, in the hour when the lamp is lowest, and the night is deepest, and the voices of the old files are settling back into their paper, the cartographer, and the lamplighter, and the farm woman, and the sound technician, and the mortuary clerk, and the blacksmith, and the translator, and the beekeeper. 8 voices from 8 different centuries, 8 different countries, 8 different forms of solitude, each of them finding, at the edge of their ordinary work, something extraordinary, something that did not ask to be explained, but only to be witnessed, to be written down, to be kept. The oldest files in the archive, the ones on the lowest shelf, the ones you have to kneel to reach. They have been there the longest. They have waited the most patiently. And tonight, for whoever is still listening, for whoever has not yet gone to sleep, they have spoken again, through me, through the lamplight, through the quiet of this room, and the speaking is its own kind of keeping, because a voice that is read aloud is a voice that is still alive, and the aliveness is the point, and the point has been reached. The voices are settling back into their paper now, the way voices do at the end of an evening of reading, the sound of them fading from the air of the archive and returning to the ink and the pencil and the typescript that hold them when they are not being spoken. Edmund and Arthur and Margaret and Clara and Theodore and Jacob and Elena and Thomas. 8 voices from 8 different places and 8 different times, each of them speaking about the same thing, which is the encounter with something at the edge, something that does not explain itself and does not need to, something that arrives in the particular conditions of attention and solitude and practice that each of these people cultivated, and that arrives with help, with practical, specific help. A ribbon under a tree, a lamp in the fog, a bone in the ground, a voice on a cylinder, a note in a pocket, a silence in the air, a word in the margin, a circle in the frost. The help is the common thread. All 8 accounts are accounts of being helped, not rescued, not saved,
not dramatically intervened upon. Helped.
In the small, specific, practical way that a neighbor helps, by leaving something where you can find it, by lighting a lamp where you need it, by telling you the frost is coming, by keeping the ground warm. The help is proportionate to the need. The help is calibrated to the person. The help arrives through the channel that the person's practice has built, through the orchard, through the radio, through the log, through the lace, through the bells, through the light, through the typewriter, through the hives. And the practice is the condition. Without the practice, there is no channel. Without the channel, there is no help. Without the 40 years of listening, there is no note that the wind obeys. Without the 72 years of telling, there are no circles in the frost. The practice builds the channel, and the channel carries the help, and the help confirms the practice. And the circle of practice and channel and help is the whole of it, the whole of what these 8 accounts describe, the whole of what the oldest files in the archive contain. The lamp is very low now. The oil is nearly gone. The flame is small and steady, and it will burn for a few more minutes, and then it will go out, and the archive will be dark, and the files will be back on their shelf, and the voices will be in their paper, and the night will be over. But the night is not over yet. Not quite. There is still this minute, this last minute of lamplight, this last breath of flame, and I want to use it to say what I always say at the end, what the archive says every night to whoever is listening. The same words, the same promise, the same keeping. The archive stays open until morning. Sleep well. Until tomorrow.